and make sure that I'm honored. So yes, Omar, to answer your question, yesterday's recording was saved, and it is available. I'm going to share again how you can get access to the replays. Today, I'm also going to be streaming to our new YouTube channel, because we've created a home for ourselves on YouTube for the Caribbean AI Summit, especially since we're going to be having more summits come next year and smaller events as we lead towards that. So so excited about our YouTube page. So we're at day 2. This is me saying welcome, giving you a quick recap, and then coming up right after this recap is gonna be Lily Dash. I'm so pumped about Lily. Guys, I am in this community called Future Caribbean along with a whole bunch of other builders, and I consider myself a builder right now in the community. I'm looking forward to doing more. But just to tell you the excitement and the energy, it's just, if you are building something or you're interested in building something, you have a problem that you want to solve, then this is going to be the community for you. So Lily's going to be joining us very shortly, and I'm excited to have her here and excited to have her talk with us today about Future Caribbean and that mission and that vision. Now, on to very important matters before I bring Lily to the stage. Yesterday, I shared with you guys that you know, there's some stuff that you're going to get just for joining. VIPs do have a few more things. So I'll show you what VIPs have access to. So VIPs get the replay access, right? So you'll have that available to you. VIPs also get a mindset mastery tool. So for most VIP persons, depending on when you joined, you'd have already gotten access to an assessment that I share. It's called a code breaker. It's a free assessment. It kind of tells you about your behavior patterns, and it works with my mindset mastery tool. So you put your code in and it tells you what are the common fears you will have as it relates to AI, businesses that you could get into that you'd be successful at, the way that your mind works against you when you are in the AI space. You know, it just gives you a whole lot of stuff. So that's included as a part of it. On Monday night, I'm having a deep dive session with all my VIPs. And I have an accelerator program that I'm starting next month. It's a 90-day accelerator, and by the time you're done, you're going to have all your agent systems and stuff set up. We do a deep dive on Monday night so you understand that program a little bit more, and then you get the VIP workbook. So everything from day 1 and everything from day 2, I extract all the lessons learned, all the dashboards, all the prompts, all the step-by-step, and I put it in a workbook, and you get that digital workbook that you can use. Now, guys, it's literally $37. It is so affordable. It's ridiculous. It's less than 5,000 Jamaican dollars. If somebody can translate the Trini, I know the Trini money different. It's just really, really affordable, right? So if you're interested in the workbook alone and the replays, and great, do that. Now, for those of us that aren't interested, we're not so sure, maybe I just want the free stuff, Stacey, I'm here for you too. So yesterday, I promised you your prompts. When we started, I did the LinkedIn audit, which I think is really important to a lot of people. People want to see that they're able to audit themselves on LinkedIn. So I showed you that really quickly. I gave you a basic version, and then I showed you with the Claude extension in Chrome. And so I have that here for you. And then guess what? I had some other prompts that you can do with Claude in Chrome, right? So if you want to check competitors' website, if you want to check your own website, if you want to look at your job, maybe you're in a career and you're not quite sure, you know, what exactly you're supposed to be doing on LinkedIn to make sure you're AI ready. Where are you underselling yourselves, etc. If you're a business leader and you have a product or a service, this is great for builders as well. You know, where somebody in the Caribbean might hesitate to buy. Because listen, people, let me tell you something. We some special people, you know, Caribbean people are normal. We don't buy like everybody. We do not buy like everybody, okay? So I have some additional prompts that you can use along with your Chrome extension. And again, you can download that from Claude.ai, and this is how it shows up. This is how it shows up, and when you click on it, it opens a little window here. So we went over all of that yesterday, and I showed you how to know when it's working and all of the things. Okay. I also shared with you some cybersecurity checks because Trevor dropped some bombs and you guys were freaking out. You guys were like, oh my God, help me, help me. You guys were like losing your minds. So I've provided you with some cybersecurity self checks that you can do. And these are the two most important checks that you can run for yourself right now. Your self check with AI. So you're asking your AI to act as a cybersecurity advisor. Maybe not as good as Trevor, but still. And then also scam and phishing checking, because he talked to you guys about the different ways that this is showing up in our world now, with the attack surface being much easier for people. Attack surface meaning how many people can be attacked has increased significantly because so many people are now online because of AI, right? So I have these prompts here for you guys. I'm gonna drop the link in the chat because I did make a promise and I like to keep my promises. I like to keep my promises. So there you go. And as a matter of fact, I really need to drop the prompt for the folder, because inside the folder, yesterday you guys asked for this. These were the things that from a cyber protection perspective, what are the things that we should be implementing today, like things that we should be doing. And before you scale your AI powered business, what are the things that we should be doing? So I have this file. So I'm gonna drop the folder here, and then you would see that I already have your day 2 prompt pack, which we're gonna use to, this is where we're gonna talk about cleaning up your inbox, and we're doing some fun stuff today. So excited about that. Excited about that. Okay. So, who's ready to begin? Say ready to begin. Ready in the chat. I am ready to begin. I'm excited. I think I saw Lily come in. I'm pretty sure I did. I'm going to make Lily a co-host and then bring her to the stage. I'm so pumped up and excited about this, guys. It's going to be a ton of fun. And I want to make sure also that I'm supposed to be live streaming this to Facebook and to there's so much things to remember, guys. My gosh, I did my checklist with chatting. I did the checklist. When you get to over 45, you have to have all the checklists everywhere. I swear to God, you have to have them everywhere. So I'm checklisting everything. It's just help me please. So, all right, so we're going live on Facebook. Just give me 1 minute, and then we're going to go live on YouTube as well. Okay, live stream. All right, so let's go, Lily. Let me spotlight you. Hi, Lily. Good morning.
Hey guys, how are you?
I'm
Can everybody hear me and see me?
so excited. Can you guys hear Lily? Just give her a thumbs up. Give her some flowers, guys. Let her know we're showing her some love today. Y'all know how we doing here. It's Saturday morning. Y'all should have. Okay, thank you very much. I was like, are you guys awake? I know you're up. So let's do this. Okay, excellent. Lily, let me just tell you. First and foremost, we've had, I think, maybe 1 or 2 conversations. We've been chatting on WhatsApp. But girl, I don't know how you're doing all of this. You are magical. There is so much happening right now with Future Caribbean. You must be using AI agents and sub agents to clone yourself, because I have seen you everywhere, like all places at all time, being all things to all people. And we have hundreds of people in Future Caribbean, guys. You don't understand what I'm saying. She has hundreds of people. And every time somebody puts a note in the chat, hi Lily, and I know it's not a bot, I know it's you featuring these people. How are you doing this? Oh my gosh, it's great.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. Yeah, it does feel like you're working every hour, God sends, but yeah, so it's also the community. You know, when you have hundreds of people in the community, you have some help, right?
Yes.
So not agents, but and we do utilize a lot of AI, but certainly not in our communications with the community. So
Okay, that's nice. And here goes somebody that's in your community saying, Lily responds so quickly.
thank you, thank you. I try.
No, you do. Trust me, you're doing a great job. I, on the other hand, I'm still catching up with myself just about every day. So it is what it is. We happy to be here. So Lily, I'm
Yeah, exactly.
thankful
That's how
and
I feel too. Sometimes it's like it's not perfect because
yeah,
obviously even when you're showing up everywhere, you're just like, there's so much more that could be done, you know.
yes,
But
100%, 100%. So talk to me about what inspired you to create Future Caribbean because I mean, I've been in the space a long time. I've been in the region a long time. I'm not sure if we met, I'm pretty sure I may have met you at Tech Beach before because I'm also a member of the Tech Beach community. And so I've seen you popping in and out of there. But Future Caribbean is magic. Like, tell me what inspired this.
okay, so there's a lot of reasons, right? One that I'm let's start with the Caribbean. There's a lot of, you know, we need to work together as a region, right? The math is not mathing. It's not mathing on, you know, Barbados working in isolation and St. Vincent working in isolation and Antigua working in isolation and, 31 different territories working in isolation to the detriment of the whole. That it's not. And I think the community and the reason why the community has shown up in the way that it's shown up is because they could see that, there's just so much need there in terms of collaboration. Two, the Caribbean is one of the most technologically underserved places in the world, right? So I'm going to come deep with the reasons because the reasons are deep, and that's what really fuels me. It's the reasons. So, like, if we look at the Caribbean and also Latin America, we have like 1% growth per year. But you have like inflation that's like 3%. So you can't, we're very tethered to U.S. Inflation. We're very tethered to inflation in the U.S. market, but very decoupled from US growth, which 80% of it, 70% of that growth comes from the technology, right? It comes from technology markets. You look at the S&P 500, most of that growth is from the technology companies. So we have this new wave of technology called agentic AI, right? It's new. It's really been making enormous progress in this year. And with any new technology, there's new applications that become available that were never available before. Like, look at Zoom as a great example. Before there was voice over IP, before we had the technology to be able to do these calls, it was impossible. There was no use case. There was no model. It was just impossible. It was literally impossible. Before you had mobile technology, like before we had big screens, there was no use case for Instagram. It was just impossible, just unviable. And then all of a sudden this technology came around, and all of a sudden you have hundreds of millions of users, or you have lots, these category defining companies. Zoom is an example, right? Instagram also example, category defining companies. And now we have this cryptocurrency. If we look at before there was an Ethereum, right? There was really no need for like a Coinbase or a Binance, right? Because and then all of a sudden these companies become fastest growing companies in the world ever, right?
Yeah.
And now we've got agentic AI, which really combines all these waves. The cloud wave is there, the crypto wave is there, it all accumulates into this one like tidal wave that can create an enormous impact, like real world impact. Like they say the next $1 trillion company is going to be a company that can do stuff, right? Like execute. And that's what agentic AI can do. It can execute. And then when you think about our region, because of the way, we lack economies of scale. And what does that mean? If we look at the trains in London and in New York run on time every time because they have the economy of scale. They have the customer base to be able to ensure that you create these always on systems. But in the Caribbean, because the economies of scale don't exist, and because the technology doesn't exist, is not, you end up with these like mostly off systems, like barely on systems. And now we have this technology that can significantly increase, sorry guys, that can significantly increase our capacity. It can make us 100x. It could, all of us and every business and every ministry, everybody can and then when we can do that, we can then become more connected to each other, because we have the capacity to be more connected with each other. Even though we're many, we can act as one, we can coordinate as one, we can compress time down as if we were one. We're many, but the technology allows us to act as one. And then when we can do that, we can attract so much more global business, right? Like, we're so well positioned in the Caribbean geographically. There's so many, when I have these calls with journalists, they tell me, the Caribbean's trending right now. And it's trending for like a good few reasons. Like, geopolitically, we're in a great spot. Some stuff has gone down in Dubai. A lot of investment was made out of Dubai, like 9-hour flight out of the US. The Caribbean is right here. We've got energy, we've got proximity, we've got a lot of great things going for us. We just need to build that capacity on the inside. Just a few millimeters of difference of growth in this direction could just make just the world of difference to the region and the growth of the region and the GDP of the region. That's what this technology has the ability to do, and what ecosystem like Future Caribbean has the capacity, or the potential to do. It could really be a GDP growth driver, right? If you look at like Saudi, if you look at Abu Dhabi, if you look at Silicon Valley, like with Y Combinator, with Hub 71, like these places, they have and they invest in ecosystems, in innovation hubs, right? In global innovation hubs, one that attract global talent. So you have global talent going to Abu Dhabi, like with their projects and their capacity and their ideas. But then, and you also have that happening in Silicon Valley with their projects, but it also incubates local talent. Like, innovation does not happen in isolation. It's a collaborative endeavor. Like, my potential is realized when I come into contact with Stacey, and vice versa. When we come into contact with, that's how everybody's potential was ever realized. And so that's why, and that's the same with projects and collaboration. So Future Caribbean, we're a global agentic AI buildathon, and we have 10 Caribbean relevant tracks. So agentic AI for finance, agentic AI for food security, disaster coordination, 10 Caribbean relevant tracks, but globally relevant, right? It's not just the Caribbean that has an ocean. It's not just the Caribbean that has fragmented markets. Like, most of the world is actually distributed, like multiple currencies, multiple languages, multiple legal systems. We have a stark example of that in the Caribbean with 16 currencies and multiple languages and legal. But most of the world is like that. Like, Latin America is like that. Southeast Asia is like that. The whole world is distributed, and agentic AI is an incredible technology to help us work around that distribution in a way that where the math, where in the past, very difficult to, the juice just hasn't been worth the squeeze, right? Because you don't have the capacity to work around 15 currencies. So instead of doing the hard work to work around 15 currencies that doesn't pay with the systems that we have, we just buy everything from the US and do everything in US dollars. And all of our trade is 80% of our trade is in the US, because to coordinate around those differences has just been too difficult. So we've created a buildathon, and we have teams. We've got applications from 30 countries right now. Applications stay open until the 24th of July. So, and we're giving teams, the top 40 teams get compute, 21 days of compute, access to like state-of-the-art advisors from just about every big organization that you can think of. And then there's prize money and deployment machines and prizes for the teams. So
okay. Yeah. Wow. No, that's excellent. And it's excellent, it's massive, but I completely get the point about the distributed opportunity, the distributed scale, just the distributed talent, the different currencies. Yesterday we were talking about how attractive we could be if we had things much more organized from a rails perspective, just in terms of the technological rails to do business in the Caribbean region. We had conversations about people having access to financing and that being simpler and easier. conversations about just security, and because we have such disparate systems and such underdeveloped systems, it's easy for the scamming situation in the Caribbean is just, escalating. So it creates a lot of challenges, and it really does not allow us to actualize our opportunity.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. Like I say in every journal, like the Caribbean is a great opportunity region, great opportunity region, and in many ways operating way below our potential, way
100%.
below our potential. So
100%.
we need like an army of people like you and me and the people in this chat to make a difference and make a change and bring the leverage required to do that.
100%. 100%. Now, one of the things that I think is important for people to understand, because we talk about compute power and we talk about a buildathon, and then oftentimes when people hear buildathon or hear being a builder or creating a solution in finance or in health or tourism, or even agriculture, you think solution, you think, oh my gosh, tech to get to be a builder. But your message is that you do not need to be technical in this particular buildathon experience. Can you unpack that a bit for someone watching who has deep expertise in their field but may feel intimidated by AI or intimidated by joining the Future Caribbean Buildathon?
Yeah, I say you don't have to be technical to be technical. I built the whole Future Caribbean website myself. I'm a lawyer. I'm not, I'm in business development, and that's my specialty. I've never been an engineer or a coder, and I built that. And not this version. We now have a new website which has a lot more bells and whistles, but the latest version that's been carrying us for the last 8 weeks was a version that I built. So really, that's the beauty of this technology, is that and the beauty of this moment, and the beauty of the Future Caribbean and this moment together is we've been able to, the technology has allowed us to create applications, like custom applications, at a fraction of what we would have been able before, and with a fraction of the capacity that we would have needed before, right? You can literally chat code these applications. You need to know, you have to have an intimate understanding of the problem that you're trying to solve and the domain expertise and the problem that you'd like to solve. And really, when we're thinking about agentic AI, we're thinking about the future of technology. We're really building applications in our image, right? And in the process in the way that the business has been run in the past. Sorry, guys. So, and that's so important because, in the past, especially in the Caribbean, if we think about governments, they pay millions of dollars, right, to foreign contractors to bring on technology. And many of the time, the technology lands and you realize it's like a square peg in the round hole. It's just foreign workflows, foreign. Then the civil service, there's people that are supposed to be utilizing technology, just can't get it. Yep. By the time they understand it, years have gone by, and now that technology is redundant and not, there's now a need for another set of millions of dollars to come in. And that happens once, and then it happens twice, and then it happens 3 times. I'm sure that you can, there's many of an example of that. And now we can create these applications to help, that are not foreign, that are more natural. Yeah. And so again, very important. And the Future Caribbean platform, you can apply. You can also go into Discord if you're looking for team members. There's a whole Discord chat there with other people looking for teams. And again, innovation does not happen in isolation, especially not we're building, the reality is, every industry, every ministry, will need a new operating system. Yep. And there's a chance right now to design a new operating system. If we think about the operating system that we're on right now, it's hundreds of years old, right? I'm a real estate lawyer that's my profession, right? I went to law school at University of the West Indies and at Hewiting, and I learned conveyancing and which is the transaction of land and property. Mm-hmm. And that technology that we're using, which is not technology, it's paper, it's parchment paper, it's a certain operation of, an agreement for sale and a conveyance and these searches and the entire, 20 plus step process, all paper-based. That was designed 200 plus years ago, right? And hasn't changed. And now we have this chance to create this new operating system that works with the technologies that exist, with the people that exist now, and compress the time to a fraction of it. And when you can compress time, you can just increase the velocity of capital. You can achieve, in what would have taken decades to achieve can now be achieved in weeks, right? Or months.
Yeah.
And I keep saying, like, there are decades when nothing happens, and we definitely are familiar with that in the Caribbean. Sometimes it just feels like decades when nothing happens your whole life. But there's also months when decades happen. And so I think we're entering into that place where, like, decades worth of progress can be achieved in a short period of time.
Yes, and I don't know if this is a Caribbean saying, but I first heard it from a Bayesian girlfriend of mine, that her grandmother used to always tell her, "What don't take a day can take a year, and something that can take a year can take a day." I'm really butchering it, but you get the point.
Yeah.
Something very similar. And it's interesting because I think one of the ways, because I'm a very technical person, but I interface a lot with government, and I interface a lot with corporations that can't do the big pivot or aren't necessarily interested in building and deploying, but they have to transform, right? They have to get that new operating system. And so even learning how to work with new types of vendors, like young vendors, or even if you're not young, but new builders who have built a solution that your organization needs to test, your organization needs to pilot. Like, those things are also a very important way to have the conversation, because they see, all of this building going on, and they don't see their company participating in that. They're still looking to the big companies to bring them a replacement, or to take, and oftentimes that's not where the solution lies. And we have to start thinking differently. Even as leaders, we have to start thinking differently about how we solve these problems.
Definitely. And that's why Future Caribbean exists with the model that it exists. So we have, like, private sector we have like ANSA McLeigh in Trinidad has come on board as advisors. We've got Farita in Jamaica as advisors and judges, and the idea, and then we've got Cayman, and we've got some Bermudian private sector partners. And the idea is that these innovation doesn't happen in isolation, right? And you should see, like, we have this applicant from China. They're like PhDs, like really like next level frontier agentic finance tool builders, and they do it for all the big banks. And you bring them together, and then you bring them to the Jamaican advisors, and you should see their eyes, right? The banks in Jamaica, they're like, what is going on? This is insane, like, and it just it expands everybody's world when you can do that and then implement it. And I think that's how progress is done, and it's so important. Like, on Future Caribbean, we've got incredible global partners, but it's really the people on the ground, and the companies on the ground, and the partners on the ground, and the advisors on the ground that really are so integral to it, right? It's you want maximum participation on the ground across private sector, across the community, across the builders. Yeah.
Okay. 100%. Well, we have a couple of questions about joining. So we just need the link so we can make sure
so
that
if you go to futurecaribbean.com, we've got a beautiful website, just new website, and there's links to our WhatsApp channel, which I suggest everybody join the WhatsApp channel, just because there's so much going on. It's fast moving, but that's where you'll get and there's still space. There's not going to always be space in the WhatsApp channel. I'm very vigilant that once we get to 1,000, we won't be able to accept any more new people. We'll have to move somewhere else. But that's one. And then you can apply on the website. You can apply to be an advisor, judge, volunteer. There's like 6 or 7 ways you can participate. But you can also apply, of course. So if you have a project that has an agentic component and that can solve some across our 10 tracks, like, please just hop in. The website is pretty comprehensive.
Okay, so Corrine, thank you for dropping that in the chat. I was literally just looking that up so I could drop it in the chat also. The website has a ton of information. I'm just sharing it here very quickly. before Lily leaves us. See, it says build intelligence that moves the real world. Yes, I do see the update, Lily. I do see it. Nice. Okay, excellent. So this has been so helpful. I love this, the prizes and rewards. I think it's important for Caribbean people because they like carrots. Do you want to, before you hop off, just kind of tell us a little bit about the prizes and the way that that works? Because this piece right here, the infrastructure to build, is so important, and a lot of people don't pay attention to that and to how important it is.
Yeah, no, that infrastructure our engineers are jumping to because you don't see it. It's not normal that you see infrastructure for 21 days. You know, hackathons and stuff, there is like you get the small credits for a weekend or you get credits for a little while, but for 21 days of building, $50,000 in cash prizes. Then we've got another 20,000 in like state-of-the-art machines, like really heavy machines that are like designed just for agentic AI coming from OWC. And then we have a final presentation showcase at the New York Stock Exchange where you'll be presenting in front of like global investors. The top 3 winners get all like travel paid for, hotel paid for that. So yeah, we've got, but I mean, the biggest prize of all, I think, is like the access, or one of the big is the access to the deployment partners, the advisors, people that can make decisions, people who can actually deploy, who have the potential to deploy your solution. And that like network, Ernst Young has just come on board as a partner, and they're going to be supporting the top teams. So that's all like that, you know, if you had to pay for all of this stuff, it would cost a fortune.
Yeah.
That's available.
Awesome. Excellent. Okay, thank you so much, Lily. This has been really helpful, informative. Also, just how you started by telling us about the actual problem that exists and how many different lanes there are where that problem is. Guys, just give Lily some love, please. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. And
And
guys,
go ahead.
right, I'm available. I'm accessible. If you get into the WhatsApp chat, you're going to see me. I'm administrator on that chat. You can always just message me directly if you have any advice, any feedback, any thoughts. Like, I'm open and available for calls, and just let me know.
Awesome. Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate it. And
Thank you for
talk
having
to
me,
you
Stacey, and
soon.
thanks for this incredible forum. And you're a great president. You're a great, like, you're natural born, leader and presenter. You're really great at this.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Lily. Take care, and we'll talk
Right.
soon.
Thank you.
All right, cool beans. Okay, guys, so thank you so much for just showing Lily some love. Yes, Amar, I enjoyed the presentation too. You know, it's funny because even when I talk to speakers, I know speakers from a long time, whenever they bring just more information to a stage and talking about their passions, talking about their work, it just always blows my mind because I always learn something else. I'm always like, it's something new. So I want to thank Lily for joining us and for sharing that. I'm in Future Caribbean. I haven't been building, meaning I haven't been putting forward a solution focus because I had the summit. And so now that the summit is about to be over, I think I'm gonna get back to building again. So yeah, I think I'm gonna get back to building again. So we'll see. Let me come up with a fix. I'm gonna fix a problem. All right. So coming to the stage, you guys were getting ready to enter an AI presentation. We have quite a few AI conversations happening today, including mine, where I'm gonna show you building a couple of dashboards and helping you with understanding a few agents that you're gonna need as you're traversing your career, whether you're a professional or a team leader or a business leader. So what we're going to do now is we're going to shift over to our first AI presenter for the day. We have a few of them coming. I'm excited because they're all my friends and I just love it because we're super duper. Okay, moving on, Stacey. All right, so bringing up to the stage right now, we have Miss Sharon Adderley, Mrs. Sharon Adderley, let me correct myself. And Sharon is, she and I are intricately connected in so many different ways. How I discovered Sharon, even though she was in my community all this time, was through her daughter, who I presented to last year. So last year I did a short workshop for a group of women, and Melissa was in that workshop. And Melissa is amazing. Can I just tell you, you have got to visit her website, Women's Haven. It's for all the ladies. It's feminine
Yeah.
products. She's amazing, right? And Melissa and I connected, and then Melissa connected me to Sharon. And then when I started checking out Sharon, I was like, but Sharon's in my community. What's going on? Right? And so it's just been really wonderful. You know, what Lily said is so true, that collaboration and community not only connects us, but it builds us. It helps us to actually build exponentially. You can't do it alone. You can go fast alone, but you can go far together. And Sharon has that experience because she has been supporting C-suite executives for 18 years and more. And she has now founded her own company called Click Task Virtual. She's been doing it for a while. And she now has the Executive AI Academy in the Bahamas. So big up Bahamas. Woot woot. Thank you for joining us. And she is going to help us understand that you don't have to be a tech expert to sell AI services. You don't have to be a tech expert to build AI. We were just talking, Lily was just sharing that. Like, she built the first website. It's gotten better, but she put the first one out there to get her idea going. So Sharon, I'm going to turn it over to you. My community, you are in very capable hands. I'm going to spotlight you, Sharon, so that you can come up here and do all the things. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for being a part of the Caribbean AI Summit community.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me. I am really, really thrilled to be here. This is just so exciting. This has been so, so, so good. So what we're going to do, we're going to talk about, you don't have to be a tech expert to sell AI services, because just trying to present in Gamma last night, I was running into all kind of issues. So of course, and it wasn't Gamma's fault, it was mine. So it just goes to show you that you really don't have to be a tech expert. So I'm going to share my screen right now. Can everybody see my screen? Give me a little thumbs up if you can. I can't see anybody in the chat. So, Esther, can you hear me? Good. Okay. Here we go. So, we're going to, in these few minutes, right? Anybody here need to earn some money? So that's what we're going to do. Anybody in here need to earn some money other than me? All right, put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. Anybody need to earn some money? So I'm going to show you in this 20 minutes, yes, in this 20 minutes, how we can earn some money, because we have some unique challenges in the Caribbean. Because sometimes they said, you know, you're watching a YouTube channel and they go, oh, you can earn money by doing this, you can earn money by doing that. And then you go and as a Caribbean person, and then you see, now wait a second, what is the problem here? I don't seem to be able to earn money by doing what they say. So we have to find whatever our issues are. Make sure this comes up properly. Make sure we find out what all our issues are and find out the products that can work for us, right? So that's what we need to do. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. See? And I tell you, oh gosh. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, there we go. Um, right. The story we keep telling ourselves. You know, we say things, but oh, I'm not technical. AI is for developers and big tech. Clients here won't pay for this. You know, we like in the Caribbean, we're very unique. Clients won't pay for this. All of that sounds familiar, but here's the truth. None of that has to be true for you to start earning with AI, because my background is not a technical background. I have a son who went to university to be a developer. He is good at that. Now I can build a website. I can design a website on Squarespace. I know how to do that because I bought a course and I learned how to do it, right? Without that technical background, and it's no coding involved. So you don't have to worry about, coding and all that sort of stuff. So, so all those things we need to get out of our heads, that we have to be, okay, there we go. So this is my background that she talked about already. Today I train EAs and VAs. I have an AI-powered executive assistant course online. I consult with businesses globally, and that's the good thing. In the Caribbean, it doesn't just have to be on your island. It can be other islands as well, as I will show you. Now, the framework. You got 3 steps to your first AI service offers, because now you can do this in your spare time. You can venture later on into full-time, whatever, but we can earn those coins, like sometimes we like to say, right? No coding, no computer science degree, none of that. So the steps to identify, right? What we want to do is that there, identify the need of these businesses. So the services that you could offer to local businesses that what they actually want and need. Customer service, we missed this one for so long. Customer service, calls and messages 24/7. This is where our AI voice receptionist and chatbot comes in. So I'm going to call my AI voice receptionist. For those who are not in the same community with Stacey and I, we know about this. I'll just call her, that I have trained her and everything to answer the call for my business. So I'm a one-woman band, but you don't have to actually sound like a one-woman band. And you can set this up for businesses, small businesses, medium-sized businesses, your HVAC people, your service people, your real estate, dentist office, the guy your landscaper, your electrician, your plumber, all those things. Then you have drawn in an admin task, admin and repetitive tasks. So your AI-powered EAVA and workflow support, so you can provide workflow support. And then you have businesses and people who have no time to create their own marketing content. So you can use AI to do their marketing content and their social media. The need is already there. That's the good thing about it. So step 2, you package it as a service. Package it nicely. Turn the tool into that offer, and so the client understands and trusts. So instead of you just saying something like, oh, I set up ChatGPT for you, which is kind of vague, sounds technical, you want to say AI customer response package. Like for one of my clients who is a charter airline company. So what I designed his website for him. He has the AI voice receptionist, and I put a chatbot because I told him I was going to put a chatbot because I, gave him this wonderful price, and I, throw everything in a bundle, and I said, I'm going to put a chatbot on your website. And after I told him that, I'm like, but I don't know how to do a chatbot. I don't know. How am I going to give him this chatbot? And I promised this guy a chatbot. So of course I went into Claude and I told Claude, I want to do a chatbot. And Claude knows the platform that I use already for the AI voice receptionist. Fortunately for me, that platform started, they have chatbot as well. So you can get a bundle with the AI voice receptionist and chatbot. You just pay one price. So I was like, Claude, check it out and tell me how to do it and everything. And we went through, and he told me step by step. I said, pretend as if I know nothing about a chatbot and let me, help me to go through it step by step, how to set it up and everything. And of course, he helped me, and that's what we did. So finally, one night, actually, I went to bed, I think it was like 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning, just Claude and I just trying to troubleshoot this thing. And I got it. So now, and when I look back, I was like, oh, that wasn't so hard after all. So now I could do it again. I promised somebody else I could do it again. And it'll only take me maybe an hour or 2 to get it all set up. So that's a service that you could provide. Put it in a nice package. Step 3, we price it and we pitch it, right? Confidence comes from a simple, repeatable packaging pricing model. So let's say these are just some examples. Your starter. Let's say for this one, which could be you just set up a chatbot or an assistant. So what I did with the charter company, I called his Inter-Island Charters AI Concierge. So you can come up with any fancy name that you want to make it sound good, make it sound important, make it sound exclusive. And he just loves the fact that it pops up the little chatbot on his website and says, Inter-Island Charters Concierge, and I gave it a name. This is so-and-so. How can I assist you today? So you have the chatbot you can set up, and then you have the AI voice receptionist. So you can charge monthly, anything like 250 to 500. These are just examples. You can charge whatever you want. Then you have the growth, $797 to $2,497 or more. I've seen people in the growth package up to $5,000. And then your monthly, because see, you have recurring monthly fees because you have to maintain the chatbot, the AI voice receptionist, give them analytics, let them know how many calls and how many answers were given out, how many questions came and all of that. So you have recurring income. So that's the managed AI service and ongoing support. And then, of course, the consult. You can also be a consultant. Somebody asked me yesterday, sent me a WhatsApp and said, can you be my work sitter? And I had no idea what she was talking about. I was like, a work sitter? I never even heard about that. So, of course, I went to Claude, what is a work sitter? Blah, blah, blah. Claude started explaining to me what is a work sitter. And I said, how much do you charge to be a work sitter? And then do I offer coaching with the work sitter, what they want? So he just negotiated straight through that whole process. And I was able to understand, sent a proposal and everything very, very quickly. She accepted after, the back and forth with the cost. And so now I have that as well. Then, okay, this is the prompt. You can take a screenshot of this. I said, I'll just put this here so everybody can have a chance. I'm going to call the AI voice receptionist in a second. So you can take a screenshot. This is the prompt that you put into your AI. This is what I put into Claude. And anything that's in the brackets, that means you put your information that's specific to that particular business. So you're telling the AI voice receptionist, you are so-and-so business, you are ClickTask Virtual, friendly and professional AI receptionist. Your name is, and you give it whatever name you want, Ava, Isla, Grace, whatever. Your job is to warmly greet every caller, answer common questions about the business, and collect caller information when needed. Right? Then you say about the business. Then you give the business name, the type of business, and there's some examples in there. The location, hours of operation, main services offered in the website. If they have a website, then it can go and also when you're setting it up, it'll ask, you can scrub the website to get information, current information. Then you say your responsibilities. Greet every caller warmly by introducing yourself and the business. Answer questions about services, hours, and pricing. Book or confirm appointments when requested. Take a message, name, number, reason for call. If you cannot help, escalate urgent calls to a human by saying, let me connect with our team right away. And then you can say the tone, and then you can say, never make up any information. If you don't know, you say, that's a great question. I'll have our team follow up with you. And the thing is, when I set it up, I say, this is Ava, your AI voice receptionist, because we're not trying to deceive anyone that it's a real human. So a lot of times people don't hang up. Sometimes they're surprised and, they kind of freeze. But other than that, a lot of times people just, because they're curious, what is this that's talking back to me? And a lot of times people won't leave a message on an answering service or answering machine, but they will leave a message with the AI voice receptionist because they want to know who this thing is that's talking to me. So just as an example, I'm going to call mine, just so you can hear, those of who don't know, you can hear how it interacts. So I hope I'm going to put on speakerphone, you'll be able to hear.
Hello, you've reached ClickTask Virtual. My name is Eva, your AI receptionist. How may I assist you today?
Hi, Ava. How are you today?
For asking, help you with today.
What are the services that you provide?
We offer virtual executive assistant services like calendar and email management, travel coordination, meeting organization, and project supervision. We also provide AI-powered receptionist services that handle calls, book appointments, and qualify leads 24/7. Plus, we do web design to boost your online presence. Are you interested in any particular service?
Yes, the AI voice receptionist services.
Great choice. Our AI receptionist works around the clock to never miss a call, book appointments, and capture leads automatically. Are you currently missing calls or struggling to keep track of messages?
Yes, I am.
Frustrated? How many calls do you usually miss in a day or week?
Probably about maybe 30 a week.
Calls to miss. Our AI receptionist can really help by answering those calls and capturing important info for you. Are you looking for a full setup now, or would you like to start with a trial or demo?
I'll think about it and call back. Can you transfer me to Sharon Adderley?
Can you hold while I try to reach someone on the team?
Thank you. Okay, and that's my phone ringing. So she's transferred the call. So that is just an example of one of the services that you can set up. Now, in the Bahamas, we have a unique situation, which maybe I'm not sure how the other Caribbean islands are, but we have two telecommunications company. One of them you can't get toll-free numbers free anymore. The other one you can because it's an internet-based phone. So I set it up with the internet-based phones. And some people who like it, they even if they have the other phone, they go and they get the internet-based phone because they want to be able to use the service. And you can just forward the phone their business phone to the AI voice receptionist. Now the thing is, it's so good about this. You can set this up all around the world. I can set this up with somebody because somebody I'm talking to now in Florida. It's very easy. You don't have to be there. You can just set it up the same way as you are in your own island. That's the good thing about it. Because see, we as entrepreneurs, we have to find ways to be able to do things globally. Three things to remember. What you do is you spot the need. Local businesses, they all have problems that AI can solve. You just have to look with the right eyes. Then you package it with confidence, and sometimes when you're talking to somebody, if they say, and how much would something like that cost? You just give them the price with confidence. Sometimes I hear people, you can feel the shift in energy when they're giving their prices. Price with confidence. Say, it's XYZ, and that's it. And then you stop, you pause, and you let them say what they have to say. Be confident. Mindset over mastery. You don't need to, like I say, outcode anyone. You just need to out execute people. That's the main thing for our local market and globally. That's what I like about it. Now, AI for Essential Small Business. This is something from January to now. I put this here just to show you what you can do as a business owner in the Caribbean. So this is a course that I'm putting on AI Essentials for Small Business Owners. It's $67, and then after midnight, that's just for you guys, anybody interested here. After Monday midnight, then it goes to $97. So it's just teaching because a lot of small businesses have been asking me to train them on AI. They just need something, so they can get their feet wet, understand some things. So I've created that. That's launching July 31st for those people. And this is the www.clicktaskvirtual.com/AI-essentials-course. So this is something that you can do. Use your AI to help you to create a course, because the course that I put on called AI powered executive assistant. Claude helped me with the structure, helped me with the slides. If I had to do all that by myself, I tell you that would have taken me so long. Use AI to help you. I'm like almost sorry for people who are afraid to use AI because I'm like, they don't know what they're missing. It saves you so much time. It does the heavy lifting. This again, all of this within, I'm showing you all of this so you can see what you can do. Like with the ebook, How to Raise Boys and Live to Tell the Tale. We raised 4 boys who are now grown. So, and people always ask me, how did you do it? How did you do it? And for years I kept saying, I just need to put in a little ebook or whatever. So I did this ebook. It's a short ebook, about 20 pages. And Claude helped me with it. All the stories, I have stories in there. All the stories are my stories. And so it's you. It's not like the AI creating some book with some stuff that's not yours. All of the are my stories, but Claude helped with the structures. So you get a code, you can get it for $20 before midnight. And that's the code, C Summit and momsinharmony.com. So I did that. AI again. Your next, so there's a toolkit that I have available that you can go and download, clicktaskvirtual.com, AI-services-toolkit that gives you a list of services that you can provide. There's so many things. The chatbot, I'm now learning how to put it on WhatsApp because Caribbean people use WhatsApp a lot. So I'm putting a chatbot on people's WhatsApp business number so they can, let's say your plumber, that would be able to answer while he's under the zinc, take people's names, numbers, whatever the problems is, and he can call them back. So that some services with some suggested prices in the services toolkit. You can take a screenshot of this. Let's connect. This everything here. This is the code right there. And so those are some of the things that you can do to earn money. Don't be afraid. We can do it. Just work around all our challenges in the Caribbean. And thank you so much. My time is up. I appreciate you taking the time to listen.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much, Sharon. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I will say that I have one question actually, before I bring up our next speaker. I went through and I did my voice agent. Michael in our community helped me set her up. I have not launched her as yet because I need to go back in now that we're on a much nicer version of Claude, because it was early, it was like in February. But I was curious about Caribbean people responding to the hello, this is your AI assistant. Like, do they answer and it's like, oh, okay, great, this is wonderful. It's like, no, someone don't want to talk to my AI assistant. Like, what do people's comment? Do they say anything to you about that?
No, actually, they're fascinated because they've never heard anything like that to be so
Ah,
conversational. So
right.
because they're fascinated, they be like, sometimes they'll freeze and they'll hang up and then they'll call right back, right? Because they want to know what this thing is that's talking
Yeah.
and giving it. Oh, and something I forgot to mention was there are other sites that you can use for the platform, but the one that I find worked in the Bahamas because I went through several of them and they didn't
Yeah.
work in the Bahamas.
Yeah.
This one is Dial Zara, which is DIALZARA.
Can put
Dial
it in the
Zara.
chat when you finish.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll put it in the chat. That one worked for the Bahamas, so I'm sure it'll work for everybody else.
No, that's really important, guys, and I want to thank you for that because one of the reasons why, and you have a couple of thank yous in the chat too. One of the reasons why I created the summit and what's going to come after this, which is just Caribbean Insights, is because a lot of what we're seeing on YouTube and everywhere else, it's very North American. There's a
Yeah.
lot of American information, and we ain't in America.
Nope, that's
Not
right.
today. Not
That's right.
today. Right now.
That's right. That's
And
right.
and you'll find that we just have different barriers, right? So just like you're saying, you were seeing the voice agent, but you had to find one that would work in the Bahamas. Right? Similarly,
Yeah.
when I was setting it up, I had to use my US person because I am American,
Mm-hmm.
right? I had to use my US business setup because I couldn't get the Jamaica thing to work
Right.
properly, right?
Mhm.
So, and then there's a lot of scamming that going on in Jamaica. Oh, don't twist your neck. Why did I just do that? That's crazy. There's a lot of scamming that's going on in Jamaica. And so what that ends up doing, unfortunately, for people in our ecosystem is that it makes it difficult for other small businesses when they're just trying to get verification for like banking and, doing things online, doing business online. There's extra security layers based on us being on different lists, right?
Yes.
So thank you very much for that, Sharon. Guys, was that helpful? I see a lot of this was helpful. If you have a resort, I know Denise, you have a villa in Trinidad, and I know that sometimes you'll be missing them phone calls. Like, this would be great for you. You could get it to be added to your WhatsApp so that you can be able to answer messages when you are maybe in the restaurant in the resort and you're not able to answer the phone. So there's just a lot of different ways that this works, right? So thank you, Sharon. I really appreciate you for joining us and for sharing with us today. You can check in the chat for any questions, or if people are just giving you flowers, you can tell them thank you. All right, guys, as we welcome our next speaker, please just give Sharon her flowers as she exits the stage.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We thank you very much. All right. So next up on stage, we have... Is it Gina's time? Gina, is it you that's next? Is it you that's coming up?
Yes.
I am so excited to have you on the Caribbean AI Summit. Before I have you tell all the things, I'm gonna make sure I give you your brief intro, which I like to do. Guys, I'm telling you, Gina is all things fire, okay? I have known Gina for a few years now, and let me tell you, she just fire. And if you see her, she's like, I'm taller than
You
her.
mean yay high?
Yeah, I'm taller.
You mean yay high at 4'10"?
And I'm short. But Gina is an amazing PR strategist and brand architect, and she's the founder and creative lead at Pineapple PR. She has over 15 years of building brands and is a senior brand leader for Nestle, Wisynco, Caribbean Producers, Jamaica, and Huawei, and has delivered over 140% revenue growth. So that's a big deal. So Gina knows marketing, okay? She knows branding, she knows PR. I want to bring the best to you when you come to the summit, and so I want to thank Gina in advance for what she's about to share. It's a really critical conversation because it's also one of the reasons why the Caribbean AI Summit was created. We're going to be talking all about, well, not we. Gina is going to be talking all about visibility. So I'm going to hand over to you now, Gina, for you to just, tell us all the things that we need to be doing. And one of the things, I don't know if it's in your presentation, but if you don't talk about the individual, I know you may touch on companies, but a lot of persons that are professionals that are, not on social media at all, aren't necessarily contemplating their visibility because they may have a job. But I just think that in today's day and age, even if it's a faceless thing, you got to do something. You got to do
You have to do something 100%, 100%.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So let me just say this in advance. I am not a tech person. Let me just start off with that. Are you guys able to see my screen?
Yes, we're seeing a pink, and visibility is not marketing, visibility is not PR, visibility is not vanity.
All right, beautiful. I am trying to find, hold on, let me just shift it over to this. All right, so you're seeing this screen. Let me put this on PowerPoint mode. How do you put this on PowerPoint? You know what? Let me just go into my Canva and put it on PowerPoint mode. That should be easier for me.
Okay, awesome. So yes, that's the conversation today, visibility being currency. And I think that, hi Gina, I'm here from your IG. Hey Christina, welcome girl. Thank you, the power of Okay, so first of all, can we just talk about real time, real life example? I mean, I could not have asked for a better example. So, Christina, thank you for being here from the visibility that Gina showed up on IG, and here you are. Go,
So
Gina.
let me just stop sharing and let me share my screen a different way, because unfortunately, again, I'm not a tech person. I'm trying to figure this out. Please to bear with me, guys.
There's lots of non-tech people here, so you actually don't have to say I'm not a tech person.
All right, great.
Yes.
What I can't speak to though is that I use AI a lot for everything that I do within my business. So that is something that let me see. So this one should be it. All right, great. So let me just
See your
put this
camera.
in presentation mode. All right, you guys should be seeing it now. Beautiful.
Yes, thank you.
All right, so we're going to be speaking about visibility is currency, and we are at a AI summit. But as Stacey would have alluded to, I'm an expert when it comes on to brand building, PR, storytelling. So I help not only individuals, businesses across Jamaica and the Caribbean, and to some extent into the US, to guide them as to how they need to grow their brands. And when I say grow your brands, I always tell my clients, my friends, when I say grow your brand or your brands, I'm not necessarily talking about your business. I'm talking about yourself. Why? Because persons want something or someone that they can buy into. Why do we invest in companies? Why do we buy into companies? Because we trust the person behind the brand. And that is why when we speak about visibility is currency, visibility pays you, visibility gives you that level of trust that persons want to buy into. So let's go on to the myth. Build it and they will come. This was something that was said in the 1980s when there was only TV in black and white and overall colored in the 80s, and newspaper. We didn't have social media, we didn't have the internet, we didn't have any of those things. So when it says build it and they will come, this is the most expensive lie in the AI startup playbook that anyone has ever said. How many of us in here, first I'm going to give a name, let's say I'm Marcos. How many of us in here is a Marcos? We built something, we built a website, and you leave it there and thinking you're going to get persons to come to your website. They're going to come to you, they're going to buy into your business. That is not always the case. You have to put the work when it comes on to building yourself and overall grows into building your brand. So the market reality. So there's three things that I tend to look at. One, the AI product are launching up to 3 times more. Attention has never been so much more expensive than it is today. Two, the average founder ships before positioning. Great product, no story, no memory. I've just spoken about you have a great product, but no one knows the story behind the brand. No one knows what it took to build the brand. So, for example, before Elon Musk became Elon Musk, perfect example of a person who is big in the tech industry. Before Elon Musk became Elon Musk, before, Bill Gates became Bill Gates, they all had a story, and we all bought into the story. So when we talk about building your brand visibility, again, persons want something or want someone who they can trust into. Reason why persons invest in Tesla, for example, you trust Elon Musk because he is brilliant at building tech businesses. He just came out with SpaceX. Again, he built a successful business when he came on to chat, he also was behind chat GPT, he built Tesla, and you trust him, so therefore persons invest in those brands. Look on, for example, Michael Leachin here in Jamaica. Persons invest with him because they trust him as a person. In recent times, we're not talking now, let's talk about that, but in the past time, we all trust Michael Leachin, was adopted, grown up, coming out of the struggles, came to be a billionaire. You love his story, so you trust his path to where he's getting to. And of course, he would have created that story, and then in turn, having that visibility, which created a memory for persons wanting to buy into it. And then thirdly, visibility is the fastest, most compounding asset in a startup. It sits on your balance sheet, invisible until it is seen. Why am I saying this? Visibility is the fastest, most compounding asset in a startup. When you are starting up your business, you just don't walk into an investor company and said, hey, invest in me. Before an investor invests in your business, they are going to want to invest in you as the person because they trust you as the person. And the first thing that investors tend to do is to research the person, research their, who they associate with. So again, your visibility is going to be key when it comes on to building your business. Oh, sorry. All right. So let's talk about the redefinition. Visibility is not marketing. And let me just make that very, very clear before someone attacks me here. When you hear marketing, we think that it is PR. It is not PR. It is vastly different. Visibility, again, is not marketing. It is not PR. It is not vanity. Visibility is compounding trust earned in public and spent as a leverage. So when I said earned in public, when I type in somebody's name, everything needs to come up about you on Google. The first place I tend to go before I work with anyone, any of my clients, I Google them. I don't Google their business. I Google them as a person. Why? Because Google, let's talk about digital footprint here for a minute. Google literally spits out everything that has been on you, your LinkedIn, your Instagram, your Facebook, your Twitter account. It spits out all of your information in terms of if there's any newspaper article about you, if there's any magazine article about you. So visibility is compounding trust and earned in public that is spent as leverage. So again, guys, when you're building your brand, remember that you're not building your brand for your company. You're also building your brand for your personal self, because persons want something that they can buy into. And oftentimes we don't buy into the company, we buy into the owners of the organization because they have built trust. And because of that trust is why we then in turn invest in their company. So why is visibility currency? Is currency. It buys what money can't. I would have just said visibility is compounding trust earned in public, spent as leverage. So let's talk about 4 key elements. One, as I mentioned, investor confidence. We are on an AI summit today, and most of us are, founders, startups, and oftentimes we don't have the out-of-pocket money to spend. So we go to investors, we go to the bankers, etc. So the founder they've already heard of are the ones who's getting the meeting. Again, I would have said earlier, they don't invest in a lot of persons randomly. It's the persons that have been making the mark and has been building their brand over time. It's the persons who get the meeting. Talent attraction. This is the second one. Top operators join brands they can already picture themselves at. 3, earned media. Press covers founders who already have a story, not just a product. So remember, and I always tell my clients, my friends, everyone who is in my circle, you are a brand. You literally are a walking brand. Your name is your brand. So whenever you put something on digital, remember that is never deleted. So when I talk about digital footprint, that is also key in building your personal brand, and it can also impact your company in the long run. And fourthly, category ownership. The first name in the space becomes the default name in the space. So remember, your name is your brand and your brand becomes your company. And that is what persons tend to buy into. And this is why visibility is key and it is currency. So let's talk about the 3 pillars for visibility playbook. For AI founders, building companies, not just products. So let's talk about the position. Before product market fits, find the narrative that fits the market. Present, the founder becomes the first channel. Again, guys, I cannot emphasize or express enough how much you are your company before the company becomes a brand. Proof, every win becomes a public artifact. Whatever I can find on you becomes a public artifact. I want to read up on you. I want to know about you before I know about your company. So let's think about it in this light. The easiest way to think about it. When you walk into a room or you walk into an interview, what does the interviewer ask you first? Tell me about yourself. It's the first thing investors tend to look at. It's the first thing anyone on social media tends to look at. We may see your company, but then we don't see you. We don't know who is behind the brand. And then we start doing our research. So every win becomes a public artifact. So let's look at the pillar 1. Before the product fits, find the narrative. What does this mean? 3 questions every AI and every founder must answer before writing a pitch deck. What category are you creating or are you entering in? What does your existence make obvious that wasn't before? What will people say when they refer to you in one sentence? That is always, always key. I always ask some persons, if you were to describe me in a room where I'm not present, tell me 2 sentences or even 1 sentence that will best describe me. Tell me 1 sentence, 1 word that will best describe me. And this is something that I am going to task you to do today after today's summit, is to ask persons whether you work with them, whether they are on your put it on your social media pages, your LinkedIn, etc. And I guarantee you're going to be shocked by the responses that you get. Why? What you post on what you post on Instagram, you're going to get a different response from the persons who are on that. When you ask a question on LinkedIn, it's a different response you're going to get. When you post it on X, is a different response you're going to get. So I'm going to task you today to ask that question to your audience of followers. What will you say about me if I was to ask you to describe me in 1 sentence that I am in a room where I am not present? This will also help to guide you and to position you in the room and how you want your brand or yourself to be perceived. Then let's look at pillar 2, presence. You are the first, again, guys, you are the first, and listen to me very clearly, you are the first distribution channel. The founder presence. I don't buy into companies, and I tell people that all the time. I am big when it comes on to investing and buying stocks, but I don't do this because of the company. I do it because of the person. Then consistency is also very, very key. You may post something today and then you don't post in 2, 3, 4 months. There's no article coming out about you. There's nothing about you that is consistent in your digital footprint. We are in the age of technology. And again, point of view. What is your point of view? Like, what are you? So for example, if you're posting today and we're on a tech startup right now and you're a tech company, what is your point of view? Why are you starting this? What is it? Why are you doing it? We would have been talking about, the importance of you entering into the market, and what you're creating is so key. But what is your point of view? I always tell persons anyone can create a brand, anyone can create a product. And I don't believe in reinventing the wheel. But when you do create your own wheel in the marketplace, what is so different about your product? What is so different about you that I need to trust in you, to invest in you, into buying in you? And overall, this is how you're going to get your company recognized. If the founder, meaning you, isn't visible, the company isn't going to be either. And then pillar 3, every win becomes a public artifact. Private wins dies. Public win compounds. A customer win becomes a case study. An investor meeting becomes a thought leadership post. A product milestone becomes a press announcement. And lastly, a keynote becomes clips, quotes, and also contents for months. So if you are in the space and the room where you want to be known, you want your brand to grow, you have to ensure that you as the person behind the brand has to grow as well. And trust me, I have worked with several clients who are shy and they rather to push their brands before pushing themselves. And I always say to them, and I always turn by the question to them, when you are buying a brand, for example, let's talk about Rihanna, for example, not a techie, but let's talk about her as a perfect example. We bought into Fenty because we knew Rihanna as an excellent singer, an excellent artist. So therefore, we trust her brand Fenty. And as such, we're not buying Fenty because it's a brand. We're buying it because we know Rihanna and we trust Rihanna. And again, just like how when we're buying a Tesla car, or you're, investing in Tesla, invested in SpaceX, this is the perfect example of you're not buying into the company, you're buying into Elon Musk because you trust his thought process and you trust the brands that he has created over the years. And then let's talk about, and the last thing we're going to talk about is the AI story is being written in San Francisco. Long and short of it, Silicon Valley. Caribbean is not too small to lead. It's just being too quiet. Visibility is how we want and how we're going to change the map. You ever heard the saying, or Jamaican saying here, lick about with Talawa? Jamaica is a blip on the map, literally how small we are. But no matter which country you go into or you enter into, Jamaicans are known. So let us start leading with our techs that we're creating, our businesses that we're creating in the Caribbean, and let us try to lead. And let's build, that's my last slide. Let's build what the world sees next. AI is changing the story. We will make sure the Caribbean writes the next chapter. So let's think about it. New stories, new markets. Position the Caribbean as a global source for innovation and intelligence. Second, new standards, new reputation. Elevate founders, brands, and regions with narratives that earn trust. And lastly, new visibility, new growth. Let's turn your attention into opportunity and impact into legacy. The future is already being written. Let's make it say Caribbean. All right. So that's it for my presentation. And again, guys, I definitely want you guys to understand that your brand, I hope you guys are seeing my face, because I want to say that your brand, your personal brand, is literally what is going to build that brand visibility. It's going to build the currency that you want. Persons buy into you before they buy into your brands. So stop having the fear of, oh, I don't want to be seen. Then if you don't want to be seen, then you are obviously in the wrong industry or in the wrong business. So let's start to make noise.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you so much, Gina. Okay, guys, so if I'm not a PR and branding expert, if you got some value from Gina just now, and I want to also say, if anybody has a question, about visibility, about branding, now is a great time to ask that question, because it's a good opportunity. Yeah. So Gina, if you could stop sharing, I'm trying to
Sure.
yeah, there you go. I was trying to get both of us on the spotlight at the same time. There we
Okay,
go.
perfect.
Yes. Awesome. Please, very well delivered. Nice. There's a lot of flowers in the chat for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Excellent. I'm curious about
Sure.
companies in the region and how they are actually showing up at this point in time with branding, because I think there's a lot of AI slop out there. There's a lot of also AI excitement. How are companies approaching this? Because some people in here actually want to sell to companies. So how are companies approaching marketing?
So what I can speak to is that a lot of companies are a lot more open to AI operation. I know earlier Sharon would have done something that was excellent that a lot of companies are beginning to use, which is using AI for, an answering bot right now.
Yeah.
For example, for my AI's name, my AI's name, and that responds to the majority of my emails, some of my WhatsApp is Byte. That's literally her name. It's a play on, Binapla and everything, which my tagline is take a bite of the market. So her name is the Byte. So she's the person who will respond to you. A lot of companies right now, sad to say, they're willing to invest more in AI than they are in humans at times, because they can easily drop in their FAQs, and then whenever you ask a question, the AI of course spits it out. If it can't spit it out, then it will always say to you, I will get back to you, or it will give you the option of speaking to a person that can give you that, that response. A lot of companies are actually very open to AI. I can tell you I've worked with companies where they use AI to help their team to the presentation that cuts back on the workload by 60%, allowing you to actually put yourself out there to walk more or to do more work that will give you, that will give you the things that you tend to want.
Okay. No, that's great. I'm actually seeing that trend when I compare
Yes.
this year to last year, where there's just a lot more openness to, some companies are using it and then others are more
Yes.
open to considering it. So thank you very much for sharing that perspective with us. I appreciate it. All right, guys. So thank you, Gina. Guys, we're gonna have her available in the chat, so Gina can respond to all the flowers and any other questions that you have. And of course, you would have been able to capture her contact information, but you can always also share that in the chat as well.
I
Gina,
will.
thank you so much. All right, so now moving
Well,
on very quickly to Jamon. So Jamon is going to hop on with us for a lightning talk. And I think I turned off your video by accident, Gina. I'm gonna turn it back on. Let me fix it. I don't know what I did just now. I'm gonna bring up Jamon. Jamon is representing the Jamaica Technology and Digital Alliance, which is formerly the Jamaica Computer Society. And this is another one of our community partners. So if you had joined us yesterday, we had on the president of the Jamaica Artificial Intelligence Association, Matthew Stone, one community partner focused on AI. And now we have Jamon Salmon, who is a council member in the space of advocacy and governance for the Jamaica Technology and Digital Alliance. Welcome, Jamon. You're going to be sharing a couple of initiatives with us today, as well as I think you have, is it something for free or something for a discount? You got to remind me.
Oh, yes, thanks for having me. Yes, we do have a discount that
Yep.
I'll mention at the end.
Great.
Yeah.
Over to you.
Okay, sure. All right. Hi, guys. So I'm just gonna do a quick lightning chat about Jamaica digital policy and its readiness. So it's Jamaica digital policy AI ready. Just a quick idea of or information about what I've been seeing as a council member of the JDTA, and just also a little bit of my experience, working with clients on the same. And just a quick overview: we do have some laws and some act like the Data Protection Act, the Cyber Crimes Act, the Electronic Transaction, and a few other acts that Jamaica currently has that covers some amount of topic. But like, for example, the Data Protection Act, it focuses on how data is collected. It doesn't speak about if we should disclose the data, if AI is using it, how it's tested for bias, who is liable for harm, the same with the Cyber Crimes Act. So there's some overlapping with some of these acts in terms of what it covers, but there's this governance gap that we're seeing with the various acts that are there. And for example, like if AI generate content, who's responsible for that? So the legality behind the AI, its use, and the governance behind it is something that there is a gap on. But Jamaica has really built a strong foundation, and primarily in some of the policies that we have, like ICT policy, Data Protection Act, cyber crimes, transaction. And then there's also this national AI task force that is working on an national AI draft policy. It's projected to be completed by December, and it's currently being reviewed by the stakeholders, including the JDTA. However, this is just the start. So, because Jamaica is really AI enabled, but the next challenge that we have is actually to become AI ready. So it's not that we don't have anything, it's just that we need to be more AI ready from the Jamaica standpoint. Because from my experience, I'm seeing where there's a discussion of how we're using the AI. So it's no longer a matter of adoption or just in terms of should we use AI, right? The conversation now is about how are we using AI, and from private sectors in terms of customer support, banking, licensing. I've had a lot of conversation with even government entities, and we're seeing where some of those conversations is around what existing policy they have to support the implementation direction. So a lot of those conversations are being happening, and if the information is appropriate or if they should disclose it. So we have AI. The AI is here. the conversation now is about should we adopt AI to how do we adopt AI responsibly? All right. So that's definitely what we're seeing now. So what is the next stage and what does that look like? So we're looking at areas for development in terms of the overall AI space so that we can transition from principle to implementation. That deals with AI governance, the risk-based frameworks, and necessary conferences, who is responsible for the innovation, getting the skill set ready and workforce ready, and public sector implementation guidelines. And this is where the policy comes in and so forth. Right? Again, we have the existing foundation. We just need to look at the AI governance, the data, and so forth. How JTDA is bringing this together. We're actually supporting Jamaica digital readiness, transitioning Jamaica from digital readiness to AI readiness, and we're connecting and bringing together stakeholders in terms of government, academia, industry, tech professionals, and so we're supporting the practical implementation guidelines, policy reviews, responsible adoption, professional development through training. We do have a training session coming up. We'll talk about that shortly. AI best governance, best practice. We're collaborating with industry players, and also we're just continuing those ongoing policy dialogue. But it's a journey, right? And that journey is really we're looking at the digital foundations that we currently have. We ensure that there's some amount of AI governance added to that, getting the organization ready so that adoption can be trusted, especially in the Caribbean space, right? We have a massive market here in the Caribbean, and trust is one of those factors that we have to ensure that we increase. And in order to do that, we need the right foundation, and the right foundation needs to be supported by governance, right? And so the responsibility isn't just one player. It's the government in strengthening the AI dominance in the society, supporting the public sector. It's about the industry players adopting responsible AI governance and sharing best practice, and also JDTA continuing to build on professional development, practical guidance, and industry collaborations. We can continue this conversation, and we can do this through and Caribbean AI Summit exclusive that we're having, the JTDA AI Skills Lab. We're having an AI for managers and business leaders. And this is actually on July 25th. And Dr. Fid will be presenting on this. And it's really just having a deeper conversation about how you can move beyond awareness to implementation in terms of the generative AI for business, the AI governance, responsible adoption, and building out the right roadmap for your organization. All right. Now, you can actually get more information on the jtda.org website. We have a 10% discount for summit attendees. So when you're looking to register, you can see the information on the site where you are able to communicate that you're coming from the Caribbean AI Summit. And as such, we would apply the necessary discounts for that. And also, you can reach out to Alexia, our program manager, at alexia@jtda.org, or you can call 876-340-3094. And this is where you can get additional information about the session that we're going to have in terms of just moving your organization from just preparation and just the policy, the principal conversation to implementation. Yeah, so that's it.
Awesome. Okay, thank you very much, Jamon. Appreciate it. Thanks to the JTDA also for being a community partner. We've been saying it all day, yesterday and today. It takes community in order for us to grow together and for us to make it on the other side of all this work that we're doing. So thanks very much for sharing. Can you go back to the prior slide, please? I think that one has the information about the program.
Right.
All right. So the AI Skills Lab, I think that's great for managers and business leaders, giving us a nice little discount here for persons who are ready, who are managers or leaders in the space, who are ready to get some support with their own own leadership development. So thanks so much, Jamon, for joining again, and look forward to partnering with the JTDA on a future AI summit.
Sure. All right. Thank you so much for having us. Bye.
Sure, no problem. Thank you. Okay. So good morning. Good morning. Is it still morning? It's almost afternoon for me. I know it's afternoon for some people already, including the next speaker that I'm going to be bringing up. So we've been doing a lot of AI conversation this morning, which we're going to continue. We've talked so far about having an assistant, or as a matter of fact, being an assistant. This is interesting. We have two persons who were supporting C-suite leaders and have now created their own companies, helping people to support themselves, their own businesses, build their own business. Isn't this cool? Okay, I just realized that. We have that situation going on. That's pretty special. Coming to the stage right now, we have Leslie Barreto Tate, who is repping Puerto Rico. Leslie is a certified AI consultant, and she is the founder and AI brand strategist for Everyday Digital AI. Now, what's really cool, guys, is that we've been talking about AI for business. We've been talking about AI assistants. We've been talking about executive assistants who have pivoted to becoming, I did that on purpose. You saw that, Leslie? AI assistants who have pivoted, executive assistants who have pivoted to becoming, creators, business owners, business leaders. And Leslie is going to support us with her story and talking about this corporate layoffs. And it's a big, fair area. Being laid off is, it's a reality that's happening. And at the same time, guys, while that's happening, there are so many jobs that are also being created. But are you prepared for those jobs? Are you AI fluent? Are you understanding how AI can be used in every day? Leslie has trained more than 20,000 professionals with a 96% implementation rate after 2 corporate layoffs and building her own AI company. So Leslie, I'm very excited about this conversation because I know I look forward to our talks. I look forward to when you're having presentations on summits, I join and I watch and I learn. So I'm happy to have you on the summit with us today so that you can share with everybody that's here.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's go, Puerto Rico. I see some Puerto Ricans in the chat, so I am loving it. Thank you so much, Stacey, for creating this platform. I think it is so important for our people to be fully equipped. I am born and raised in Puerto Rico, Boricua through and through. So anytime that I can support my island people, I am there. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. If I have some Boricuas in the chat, and I have a couple, let me know. Make yourself known. I know we're good for that. We are not soft-spoken. That is one thing we are not, us island people. Like, us just like the Jamaicans. There's a flag somewhere. You're going to hear us cackling. You're going to hear some salsa, some merengue, right? So we're definitely people that are vocal about who we are. So it's time to really do that with AI. And that's what I'm going to be talking about. I built my entire business with 0 employees. And it still blows my mind, all of the things that I was able to accomplish with no one on staff, because I've sat in Fortune 500 companies where you have thousands, literal thousands of employees, all supporting one person, one mission. And now here I am building my business, just me, Claude, and sometimes ChatGPT these days. So again, I am Leslie Barreto Tate. I'm the founder of Everyday Digital. I'm also a #1 best-selling author twice of Power in the Pivot. So I love the word pivot. And when Stacey threw it out there, I don't know if you caught that, but that's why I am the pivot queen. And I'm giving myself the title because with AI, we have been able to just, if you have an idea, you have a thought, you have something that you want to accomplish, now you can just quickly jot it down, have a conversation, and figure out if it's something that's even viable to you. So we're going to get into a little bit of all of this and how I built my business. But while I was preparing for this, I grabbed some data because I like numbers. It helps me see things, right? Helps me really understand the severity of what may be going on in the market. So I'm going to ask that all of my people hanging out here with me in the chat, let me know, drop your flag, wherever you're from, Jamaican flag, my Haitians, my Puerto Ricans, my Dominicans. If you're a business owner, tell me, are you the CEO, the marketer, the bookkeeper, literally the entire team? Like if you are all day just switching hats, let me know if that's you, okay? Because that is definitely me. And look at the flags, I love it. Perfect, look at my Dominicans, perfect, perfect. And then I want you to hold that thought because everything I built was built for you, these people that wear the multiple hats. And when I was preparing for this presentation, like I said, I wanted to get some data. Numbers are good. Like I really like to see the picture. And here's something that you may not know before today. I know that Lily touched on this a little bit, but between 70 to 85% of all businesses in the Caribbean are small businesses. 70 to 85%. We're literally the backbone of the economy, right? 1 out of every 2 jobs in the regions depends on us, small business owners. And then just for fun, I dug a little deeper and 40% of them are run by women. Okay, so I just want to make sure I call that out because that makes a huge difference when we're building, okay? Did anyone know that? Did we feel that or understand that small businesses really run the island? All right. And then here is the thing, right? Doing everything alone is not a badge of honor. I know that for me, I wore it like a badge of honor. It's kind of like the way I was raised, like, mija, get it together. You got to do it. Keep your head down, stay focused. Just be the first. My mom used to always tell me, be the first person in and the last person to leave. And that made me valuable. And as a Latina, that's how I grew up. And I was always excelled because of that, because of how I was trained. And I wore that sucker like a true badge of honor, okay? And doing everything alone is not that, all right? You know this rhythm. You do the work, you do the marketing, you do the books, you answer the messages at midnight, and then you wake up and you do it all over again. We have been taught that what it really means to be a hard worker is to do everything by yourself. But I want you to hear me. You were never meant to do everything alone. You really were not. You were truly meant to be the leader of one, all right? So when you run out of hands, here's what happens. 42% of businesses that closed did not close because the product was bad. They closed because not enough people saw them. And to Gina's point before me, she mentioned about visibility being currency, and it really is. And if you are not visible, even if you have a fantastic product, no one is going to buy from you and you are going to go out of business. And that is just the plain reality of it all. So I want you to really sit with that because 42% of us will go out of business if we do not master this skill of showing up, right? And making sure that we do that in a way that doesn't burn us out, okay? And it doesn't mean that you're inferior. It truly does mean that you're invisible, okay? And visibility takes time, showing up every single day. If you love posting content, let me know. Let me know, yes, that's me. I love it. Let me know. I want to see how many people actually enjoy it. No, right? We become business owners to run a business, to provide excellent service, not to become content creators. And today, because of AI, although it is an amazing tool, it drowns out the rest of us that only have the capacity to show up once a week. We have people showing up 10, 12 times a day because they have agents posting an immense amount of content. That's right, hated it. I hate it, okay? Showing up every single day, posting, following up, staying in front of people. It's a full-time job. And we already have a full-time job, which is running our business, okay? So everybody agrees with me. I hated it, all right? And then here's the thing. People could just say, just hire somebody, just hire more people, right? But it's not that easy, right? The World Bank found that starting a business in our region costs about 10 times more than what we earn compared to wealthy countries. 10 times more. Like we're already struggling to show up, already struggling to provide excellent service, to do all of that. Now you want me to be a content creator? Time for that. So when someone from the state says, just hire a virtual assistant, just hire a marketing person, that advice was not written for our economics. It just wasn't. For most of us hiring people, it is not a decision, it is a dream. Like one day I will have a team. And I know this from my Puerto Rican business owners. They're doing it all and they're like, un día, mija, I'm gonna hire somebody, I'm gonna have a team, I'm gonna do all this stuff. But sometimes it just dies right there because they just don't know how to leverage it. But the good news is that until now, that was just a dream, right? For the first time in history, the price of help just dropped to $20 a month, okay? The price of help just dropped to $20 a month. $20 a month, I can afford, my people could afford $20 a month if they have excellent service, okay? And that's what we are gonna yes, Corinne, exactly, okay? And then here's another statistic that I found that I was like, man, our people are just ahead of it and we didn't even know it. Here is when nobody really tells you about the Caribbean and AI. We're not behind. We're already leaning in. Our region makes up to 11% of the world's internet users, but we make up to 14% of the world's AI activity. We make up to 14% of the AI activity. Like that's huge, okay? So I want you to let that sink in. We are punching above our weight. The curiosity is there, the drive is there. And let's be honest, the talent has always been here in these beautiful Caribbean islands, okay? So if you agree with me, give me some fire emojis because the talent has always been here. We just struggle with being seen, all right? What is missing is not belief. What is missing is a system. A simple, repeatable way to turn this technology into money, time, and peace. That's all we need so that we can focus on our customers, focus on the services that we offer, money, time, and peace if you really truly lean in, all right? And that's what I'm going to give you today, all right? Before we get into all of that, I just want to take a moment. After 2 layoffs, I had to make a decision and it changed everything. I told myself, I will not let my children see me again go through this. I'm just not going to do it. I leaned into AI. The very first time that I was laid off, I was pregnant, which was a horrible time to experience something like this from my moms, you know, like the last thing we need is worrying about trying to get a job while we're pregnant, right? And the second time I just made a decision, I was like, that's it. I stopped asking who's going to hire me. And I was like, I'm going all the way in. I'm going to make this happen. Since this decision, I have built my own AI agency. I became an AI consultant and an authority in this space. I have trained thousands of people in both English and Spanish. My book, Power in the Pivot, hit #1 on Amazon. And I co-founded AI Soul Circle with another group of women, which is the first in-person AI implementation community for women in South Florida. Because when we're building these businesses and we're by ourselves behind our computer, talking to Claude and fighting with ChatGPT and running out of tokens, we need a community of people that understand what we're going through. We need a community to build with. So 6 of us other ladies from the Caribbean built all of this, which makes me even prouder when I thought about it. I was like, oh, we're all like Haitians, Dominicans, Puerto Ricans. I'm so proud of us. All right. And through it all, I stayed who I am. I'm a mom, a wife, and a proud Puerto Rican. And I bring my babies back to the island every single year. Anyway. I'm telling you this not to impress you. I'm telling you this because 2 layoffs, I was sitting right here just wondering, what am I going to do? And God just helped me rebuild my entire story. And I wouldn't have been able to do that if it wasn't for AI, okay? And my stats, I know Stacey mentioned them, but I want to brag on myself a little because that's another thing that women, we don't tend to do a lot of. We need to brag on ourselves, okay? So I have trained over 20,000 professionals. 96 of those professionals have implemented everything I have taught them. And to Gina's point, I have gone on and on visibility, and I have gotten over 11 million views organically online just because I was consistent, just because I kept showing up, and I have 0 employees. And I did not build a team. I just hired someone not that long ago because I am growing and scaling and now I can afford to, but I built a system, okay? But before I get into the system, I'm looking at my time. Before I get into the system, I just want us to do one thing. And let me know if this is okay. If you agree with me, just say yes, okay? Because I want us all to stop calling it artificial intelligence. It's just new technology, okay? That's all it is, right? That name of artificial intelligence feels like you need a degree from somewhere. You need to be in San Francisco to be able to truly understand it, right? Makes you feel like it's a science project that you need a degree to try to figure out, right? It's just new technology. And when the internet came out, we did not fear it forever. We learned it. When the smartphone came out, let's be real, our abuelas were the first time on WhatsApp sending us messages and keeping us all up to date with what was happening, okay? We adapt. That's what we do. It's what our people have always done. And this is something that is just the next wave. And this is the time it really, really is. We're not going to be the last ones on the table this time. We need to make sure we lead, to Lily's point earlier, if you were here at the beginning of the summit. We really need to lean in and rise. Like, this is our time. We have never had this much power right in our hands, right? And the collaboration is everything, and making sure we show up is everything. So if you're ready to build your very first AI employee, let me know. I'm ready. I'm ready to hire. I'm ready to hire. Let me know in the chat if you are ready, so that I can walk you through my very own system. I was thinking about building a demo and I was like, nah, I'm just gonna show them exactly what I do, because that's just, it's more concrete, right? Let's go, listo, vamos, dale, let's go. Okay, so I'm gonna take you into my very own Claude. My bestie, my Claude, all right? If you don't have Claude, it's okay. ChatGPT now has some of these features too. They finally are catching up to Claude. But I love working inside of Claude, and I've spent a lot of time and energy and tokens. Okay, I had to upgrade my, one night I was working late and it was like, you need to upgrade. I was like, you know what, here's my $100 a month. I can't take it anymore. And I just went all the way in, okay? So one of the very cool things inside of Claude, and now even inside of ChatGPT, is that you can schedule tasks. So if you do not know this, who knew that you could schedule tasks, things to get done automatically for you? If you knew this, give me a yes in the chat. And if you didn't, just say, tell me. I need to know. All right, yes, CCC, perfect. Okay, so y'all know. Dígame, okay, Omar, my bilingual, I love it. Okay, so one of the things that I started to do inside of Claude when I realized what everyone was talking about, and some of my AI soul sisters that are in here could tell you, I was getting so frustrated with hearing this lingo of, I have an AI employee, I'm like, guys, it's a workflow. It's a set of instructions you're giving AI to do things for you. Why do we keep calling it an AI employee? And then I built my whole team. Now I got an AI employee. I got departments. So now I got my own. I'm like, oh, I get it now. Now I get it, why we call it employees. One, it makes us feel better about ourselves that we're not just solo entrepreneurs, right? But it actually does the work that I, as an executive assistant, used to do. Like, I worked for some VPs in tech companies, and I was in charge of reviewing their emails, scheduling appointments, looking at their LinkedIn, creating things on Canva until I was blue in the face. I was doing all of the things that now AI can do for us. So I am going to focus on 2 of them for us. There's a whole slew of them in here on the left-hand side. If you've never been inside of chat, if this is brand new to you, I'll give you a quick rundown. I won't get into everything because we won't have time, and I don't want Stacey to pull me off the stage. So, all right. So the very first thing when you're inside of Claude, you need to download the desktop version. With ChatGPT, you can do this on the web, but with Claude, you need to be inside of the desktop app. And this only costs you $20 a month, okay? For $20 a month, once I am in here, I can create tasks. I can create a set of things that happen, reporting, content, everything that happens on a scheduled basis. The same way that I would have my EA or those VPs would have me do every single Monday morning, sitting at the conference room table, revising everything that had to get done, drafting emails and all of the things. What if I told you that AI could just do that for you? Wouldn't that be amazing? You no longer have to think about what you're going to write. You've already trained AI to speak like you, to think like you. It has everything that it needs. So when you come in on Monday mornings, you can just look through your CEO dashboard, see what's pending, see what emails need to go out. The drafts are done. You review it and you hit send. So before you even finish your first cup of coffee, everything is done. Okay. And that's what I do every single day. All right. So visibility. Visibility, and this I'm just going to throw in as a freebie for those of us that are entrepreneurs, those of us that really need to show up every single day, that are looking for opportunities to promote our business, right? Why not have an agent work as your visibility partner to find you public relation opportunities? Help me find speaking engagements. Tell me who I should be reaching out to. Tell me what is happening. So I set some instructions, and I'm going to give you all these prompts at the end of this, so you can start building your own team. But I asked this agent, my employee, my PR specialist, to run my LinkedIn profile, look for opportunities in my area. This is my industry. Use my profile to understand my expertise, my topics, and find me opportunities that I can speak with credibility. Like, don't find me opportunities that you know I'm not qualified for, but because you have trained your AI, you can say, hey, find me opportunities you know I'm going to shine in, like I'm going to shine at, right? Find me podcast opportunities, speaking engagements, communities that I should be a part of. And you know what, on top of that, write my pitch too for any of those opportunities that I need to, that I should be following up on. Okay. One action is what I'm asking you. Give me one specific action that I need to take with this opportunity that you're giving me. And don't give me any fluff. If you've been working with ChatGPT, you know that you could talk a lot. Like, just get to the point. Tell me what I need so I can execute, because I got other stuff to do. So I run the prompt. I have it scheduled to go out every morning, and then it tells me what is going on. I used to have to put these reports for my EA. I used to have to put reports like this together for my VP and send it to him, right? Now I just have it. I'm like, AI, make it look pretty, make it match my branding and all of that. So it did it for me. So now it gives me what podcasts are coming up, who I should be reaching out to, what the topics are about, and it gives me a plan. Here are some speaking opportunities as well. The applications are open, right? And I can just go through this, click through, and start applying. Is this cool? Let me know. I need a mind-blown emoji. You guys are too quiet. Hopefully I'm blowing your mind and you guys are leaning all the way in. Give me some emojis. Let me know if you feel what I'm talking about. And then it gives me my pitch. It tells me exactly who I should be reaching out to, what I should say to grab their attention. So these are the community ones, right? These are the speaking outreach messages that I should be doing. The very first thing I need to do is reach out to Joseph today, right? Of everyone on the list, this is the best one that matches. So now I know, instead of digging through all of the things, I need to just go out and reach out to Joseph. Okay. Yes, mind blown. Okay. And I'll leave it here. I know it's kind of small and I can't zoom in, but if you want to take a screenshot, crop it, give it to Claude or ChatGPT, they'll be able to read the small text and get you that. Okay.
You probably can zoom in, Leslie.
You can?
You're on a Mac?
Oh, yes, girl. No, don't judge me. I'm on a Windows.
No, okay, so Control and Plus. I'm on Windows too.
Okay, perfect. Let me know if y'all could see that, but just take a quick screenshot of that and set it up. And of course, put in your LinkedIn profile or your website, and then you just have to edit this and edit your industry, okay? Now, again, the other thing that we cannot stand, or at least for me, is setting up content. As business owners, I really focus on LinkedIn, right? Because anyone that's going to pay you thousands of dollars at a time is probably not hanging out on TikTok. Most likely they're going to be on LinkedIn. So LinkedIn is very, very important. Showing up there matters more than most people could really understand. And this is one of the things that I have being creative for me every single day. You can automate this if you want. I choose not to, because I want to make sure that what I am putting out there makes sense. that it makes sense for my brand. And I'm just not ready. I'm a little bit of a control freak. I'm like not ready to give up all the control just yet. Okay. So I ask Claude, my content creator on the team, I say, you are generating new weekly. I want you to generate a batch of 10 LinkedIn quote cards for myself, my business. I give it my information, and then I say, this is what I want you to do. Before you generate anything for me, I need you to do some research. And this is when you send out the sub-agents. Yeah, I'm adjusting, I'm excited. This is when you send out your sub-agents to go do some work for you. So before you create anything for me, I need you to do the research before you create anything. So find me the LinkedIn of high engagement posts of AI women in 2025 and 2026. Search what content performs the best on LinkedIn. We're not creating content just to create content. We're creating content with a purpose. We're being strategic about how we're showing up. We're not just checking a box. That's key. That's key for your brand. That's key for your business. Don't just show up to show up, because it's not going to serve you, and it's going to frustrate you, and you're going to burn out. Trust me. You're going to find me trending topics in AI. You're going to then find me the quotes from those topics, and I want you to create a quote card for me, right? After it does the research, it then goes into my content log. It puts everything in my Google Drive with connectors. I don't even have to come back in here. So I can go right into my Google Drive in the folder that I've designated for it. The quote cards are there, and the document with all of my captions and everything is inside of my folder. And I'll show you what that looks like. And then based on the research, right, write me a brief description, give me the cards, save it, make sure it matches my brand voice, make sure it matches my colors, render all the cards. This is my branding, because again, branding matters, not just your personal brand and how you show up and when you're showing up, but what shows up about you. Ever seen those people that before you even read what it is or see the handle, you know that, oh, that belongs to Stacey. Oh, that belongs to Coach Smiley. I already know. I recognize certain things on their content that reminds me of them. So you're building brand awareness through that as well. So I have it run, do all the things. And then back to the content creation piece. I don't want to run it again. I ran it before because I knew I would run out of time because I am Latina and I like to talk. So here are the quote cards that I created for me. It has the name of my business. It has a quote that totally matches the actual post that I'm going to put on LinkedIn. And at the end of this, I'll give you my LinkedIn profile and you'll see all of these are there. This is exactly what I use now. I use images of me that I have linked to a folder. It runs through, grabs my image, grabs the text. If you were doing this on Canva by yourself before AI, just say, write Canva in the chat. Even just creating these simple quote cards could take hours. And you're like, I don't know what font to use. I don't know what's the best quote from this topic. I don't know, right? It would take forever. Now I don't even have to think about it, which is perfect because I don't have time. Like I would rather just log in. Things are done. My VA now just grabs them, posts them in less than 10 minutes. Now I can have him doing more high value work instead of creating content for me, right? It gives me everything. And then I'm going to show you really quickly what that looks like inside of my Google Drive. This is one that I ran with ChatGPT, but it's the same thing. So it gives me the instructions of what to post, what goes with what posts entirely. So if I scroll down, Sunday, July 19th, post this. This is your call to action. This is your hashtag. This is the card that you're going to match with this post. Is this amazing? Yes. Give me a yes if it is. Because when I realized that I could do this, I was like, I've been struggling on Canva trying to pick a darn template all this time. Like just AI, just do it. Because I got real stuff to do, right? So now AI can just do this stuff, and then you can make sure that you are showing up. Your brand is showing up. You now are looked as reliable, right? You're there, okay? And to Stacey, I know I got a couple more seconds, but another thing I want to share with y'all, if AI gives you something like this and you're like, this is garbage, I went back to AI and I said, redo it again. I want some Vogue style quote cards. I want them to look a certain way. All of this was generated with ChatGPT. I didn't even have to tell it what to do. Okay. My time. So all of this was generated with ChatGPT. All of those instructions you're going to get at the very end. So I'll share that with you. And I already showed you one of the things that you are able to do as well as find trends, which is important for us. So if you sell any physical products, if you sell a service right in your area, we want to see what our competitors are doing. I have an agent that just finds my trends. It's a trend analyst, and I give it a bunch of information, and it runs through and tells me exactly what other people are doing in the industry. Based on what it finds, it tells me what I should be posting, what I should be posting on Instagram, what I should be posting on Threads, and what I should be posting on LinkedIn, because it does matter. Not the same message won't resonate with the different audiences, but if you tell AI exactly what you need and how you want to show up in these different spaces, it'll do it for you. Okay, so you want to make sure that you do that as well. And I'm going to give you the link to this as well, so you can set up your own trending or your own trend analyst for your team. Okay, and all of it costs you just $20 a month, either with Claude or ChatGPT. I've been kind of leaning towards ChatGPT because the images are fire. So that's an option, but the same instructions work. Okay, and this is where I want to leave you. I don't want you to leave with just notes. I want you to truly have everything set up the proper way, right? And I want you to make sure that you are going out and showing up for your business the way that you should be showing up for your business so you can generate income, right? I want you to scan this code. It's going to take you to this sheet here that has all of these different prompts to create a content creator, a trend spotter, and then I added a bonus one to help you find opportunities, because in this really noisy AI world, we have to do more than just post a piece of content. We got to go on podcasts. We got to take opportunities like this that Stacey is providing to present to all of you, to make ourselves known, to build our personal brand, and then to also build that brand online without having to spend hours and hours being a content creator. Because ain't nobody got time. All right, so scan that code. And then this is the last thing I will say. You do not need to become someone else to build in an AI economy. And that's something that I learned. I thought I needed to become all of these things and sell other people's products and no. I really had to lean into what I was already carrying, what knowledge I had, what my craft is, my story, to really serve our people. And that is the value. AI just makes it clearer, stronger, and easier to deliver. So when you are really anchored into who you are, the services you offer, and the transformation that you offer people, creating the content and creating the support in an AI assistant makes it that much easier. And when you can run it on autopilot, even better. Our region is full of brilliance. Like when I think of the people that inspire me the most, they're all from one of our beautiful islands, right? It's just that the world hasn't seen it yet. And we have to get into that mindset of, yes, we may be loud, our music is delicious, we got dance moves for days, but we have to start showing up in the spaces that matter, right? My entire motto, my business is human first, AI powered. Human first, AI powered. It's all about our people. And it's not just a slogan, it really is a belief. The technology does not replace us, but it helps multiply our reach. And that's what it's all about. So I'll leave you with this. Go set up your agents, show up every day, and let's make sure that this time when the world moves forward, the Caribbean isn't catching up. We need to be right in the forefront with as much enthusiasm as we show up to everything else, right? We need to make sure that we're leading. So again, gracias, mis boricuas, and thank you so much, Stacey. Let's go build. Thank you.
Awesome, Leslie. Okay, I ain't gotta tell y'all to give her flowers because I just see y'all going crazy. Thank you, Leslie. You
Welcome.
know, girl, you
I
know.
know, I got you. We've done late nights content creation.
I'm
Okay, I know.
telling you, guys, I have to say that I was having a really, I mean, I can't even say I was having a really hard time because that just seems to be like a theme when you're an entrepreneur. I was having a difficult day doing content leading up. Was it leading up to the summit or was it in my 30-day challenge? I
It was
can't
in your
remember.
30-day challenge
It was
because
in
you
the
were planning
30
the summit.
Yes, it was in the 30-day challenge. And I joined the Soul Circle. We have these late nights, team no sleep meetings, and I joined and I was just lamenting. I was like, I can't do it. I'm done. It's too much content and I'm stuck. And for no reason, really, I have the tools. It's not that I don't have the tools or the knowledge to go and tell Claude what to do, but that's the power of community. Like, you really have to connect with other people who are operating at your level to support you. And Leslie was just like, okay, girl, just stop the crying. Let's just get it. And we were on, and she was like, send me the pictures, send it. And she was just cranking stuff out. And I was so grateful. It wasn't even so much the content support, because she was like literally making content for me, guys. Okay. It was that good. It wasn't just the content creation. It was just her reminding me that I have everything that I need, including the community and the people to call when I'm stuck. So I just want to say thank you so much, Leslie, for coming and dropping the gems and doing all the things and the energy and the vibes and the hype. And girl, we're going to have to do some Puerto Rico classes because
Yes, I got you.
when I saw the Digame, I was like, okay, Omar, go ahead. I didn't know you were trilingual because you talk
No,
Patois too.
we
But
need to
thank
do a
you,
whole summit
guys.
in Spanish. You're very welcome.
Oh, and a plug for Leslie, please join her school community, because if you got something in just this 30 minutes that she was on with us, her school community, she's doing this constantly, okay? And you pay a nominal fee to be a part of it, but what you learn saves you hundreds of thousands of dollars, okay? So please definitely join or think about joining Leslie's school community. Thank you, Leslie.
Thank
Thank
you.
you to my Caribbean AI Summit family for making her feel supported. I appreciate all of you. Yeah? All right. So we're going to keep moving and grooving. I'm bringing somebody else to the stage now that has just the same amount of energy, hailing from Jamaica as the island home. And I'm excited for this conversation. I've been in presentations with Tanisha, and she is just as fire, right? Lots of fire here. And she's known as the AI Biz Queen. And I can't wait for y'all to spend a little bit of time with Tanisha, because she is all things little and fiery, just kind of like Gina, but with the AI twist. So I'm gonna bring up, have I made you co-host, Tanisha? Let me just make sure that I did, because my mind, sometimes I don't be checking it. So Tanisha is a business automation strategist and the CEO of TRL Business Enterprises. She's known as the AI Biz Queen, as I was sharing with you guys, and she helps entrepreneurs to replace operational chaos with scalable infrastructure using AI-powered agents. So you guys would have just been on with Leslie, and she blew our minds with making sure that we were remaining visible. So that kind of carried through from Gina's presentation. And we were able to see behind the content walls, right? Behind I'm the content strategist, I'm the content analyst, I'm the content creator, I'm the content follow-upper. There's no such word. You don't have to look it up. And so I'm really, really loving the way that all these pieces are connecting. So I want you to keep that energy going. Keep that energy going for Tanisha. Are you here? Did I give you co-host privileges? I thought I did earlier. Let me just make sure. Okay, I don't know where it went. I could have sworn I had done that. Okay.
I think you did.
Okay.
I think you did give me co-host privileges.
Okay, great. Excellent. So I'm bringing Tanisha to the stage, guys, and she is going to take us through another set of AI wins, because I know you guys are like screen capturing and doing all the things. So I'm very excited for Tanisha to join us. Thank you for supporting the Caribbean AI Summit. Tanisha, over to you.
All right. Hi, everyone. Hi. Thank you for having me, Stacey. I mean, the last day has been amazing. If y'all have been here for the last 2 days, y'all know that it's just been pure fire, pure just mind-blowing things. Drop a drop your flag in the comment section, because I just want to get a feel of who is actually here, because I want to know. I'm going to ask Stacey to give me a little bit, because I like to talk. This is not I'm not going to take too much time though. All right, I'm not going to take too much time. So, Stacey, I'm going to ask you to give me a little bit. Are you seeing me? Am I good?
Yes, so we can see you. The background look nice. We have some Trinidadians saying that they're here in the chat. Go on through Trinidad. Aye. Puerto
Thanks.
Rico, etc., etc.
Awesome. I am so happy to be here. I am calm because I'm with my people. So I'm calm because I'm with my people. So I'm gonna jump right into it without any delay. Again, I want to say thank you so much, Stacey, for this opportunity to just come and be with my people. All right, come and be with my people. Let's jump in. And I'm sharing my screen. Trinidad and Tobago. Let me make sure my screen is shared here and y'all can see it. Oh, I can't see it. Okay. All right, there we go. We're getting there. Second. Good. All right, if you see my screen, you're here, you're present, type of one in the chat. I love to see what's happening in the chat. I love to know that you guys are present, you're here. We're gonna be chilling for about 20 minutes. So lock in with me. All right, if you're ready to lock in, type ready in the chat. Type ready in the chat if you're ready to lock in. For those who are here, big up Jamaica, right? Big up Trinidad, big up Puerto Rico. Just big ups to every single person that is represented here. All right, ready. So this afternoon, we're talking about the Caribbean advantage, right? Over the past few hours, we have been here how advantageous AI has been. But we're going to dive into the survival wisdom to AI success systems. Now, I want to ask you a question, right? How many of you used to sell sweetie at school? How many of you used to sell sweetie, used to sell chips, probably sell juice? How many of you used to sell those at school? Vincent says me. Anybody else used to sell sweetie? Shirley says me. We sell snacks, right? We had a little business at school, we bought in bulk, and then we came and we sell it to our friends, right, at school. Now, I have another question. How many of us got, and I'm going to steal abuela, the word abuela from Leslie, all right? How many of our abuelas taught us or, told us a story about how they used to go and chop the grass and wake up early in the morning and go outside and make sure they have to feed the cows and walk and right before they go to school, and how we had it easier. We have it so much easier than they did because they had to do so many things, right? How many of us, when we went to our abuela's house, right, and we went there, they always have a little cash for us. They always slide us a little cash, and they always tell us to save everything that you have, keep cash, stretch the dollar, right? Stretch every dollar, right? Don't put all of your eggs in one basket, right? Don't tell your mom, Leslie says, right? Right? Hold out your hand, Sherilyn says, exactly. How many of you had the first rule? Never tell anybody about your business. Don't tell anybody what's going on in your life. Keep it to yourself. You mustn't make your right hand know what your left hand doing, right? How many of you heard that? How many of you, Leslie says all the time, Denise says, yep. How many of you learn to count the margins before we learn vocabulary. Make sure that your money is right. If I give you, how many of you, when you were growing up, your parents give you and say, how much change you must get back? Right? We learned that we're supposed to have certain things in order. We learn, right? We learn that one, we must work hard for what we have. We must work hard at school, work hard at everything that we do. We must ensure that we keep our cash, save it, whether it's under the mattress or save it in a little bag, right? We learned that as Caribbean, and I think that is wonderful, right? Now, for me, I grew up Jamaican, right? And I know that I'm in the right place. I know that I'm with my Caribbean people. So then he says, piggy bank. Yes, I know that I'm in the right people. So I can drop a little patois here, so and there, so y'all will understand, right? Right? But for me, I grew up Jamaican, and I grew up selling candies at school, right? I grew up owning an ice cream shop in the community, and everybody would come and buy ice cream, right, from me. And I grew up with my mom saying to me, we're gonna be on a cruise. And my grandma would say, come and visit me and make sure that you save your money so you can come and visit me in the summer. That's how I grew up. And even though things were passed down to me in thought, the brain forgets. I don't remember everything, right? I don't remember all the joys that I had as a kid. I don't remember everything that my grandma said. She died at 54 years old. She died pretty young. I don't remember everything. But I decided that I'm going to ensure that my legacy lives on. And the tool that has been given to me, I'm going to make sure that I use it. So I'm going to ask you to just bear with me for 20 minutes, less than 20 minutes, because we had everything. We are the ones that sold sweeties. We're the ones that were taught how to save. We were the ones that taught to always have cash. We were the ones that were told to don't tell anybody our business. But we weren't taught how to ensure that the information is passed along. We weren't taught to ensure that if grandma's story and the lessons learned wouldn't be my aunt of her aunt or my cousin's cycle that she's trying to learn through because grandma's story was passed down. Grandma's system was passed down. Abuela's system was passed down. So here am I, Jamaican-born entrepreneur, owner and founder of TRL Business Enterprise, teaching persons that it's not about what you do now only, it's about what you leave. So I'm going to ask you, let's be real. The lessons learned were not wrong, were they? They helped us survive, right? Every lesson that your mom taught you, your abuela taught you, your grandma taught you, they have helped you to this point. Because survival systems kept families fed, safe, and together throughout the hardest of time. But is survival enough? Because survival systems are for the now. But the goal is not just for the now. It's to take the wisdom and build something that lasts beyond us. Someone type beyond us in the chat. Someone type beyond us, because we know that this is not just, it's not just about us, right? Our grandmother, our abuelas loved us so much, but it's not just about, it wasn't just about them. The shift is survival, which most of us grew up on, but we're protecting that survival. And how we're protecting it is documenting it. And how we're making sure that it's documented is by systemizing it. And how we're ensuring that our child of a child of a child of our great children are safe is by systemizing it so that it can be scaled. So we have the Caribbean advantage. Leslie can speak English and Spanish. Some of us can speak Creole. Some of us can speak Patois. We are bilingual by nature. We switch between all the different language without thinking twice, right? We're creative. We're very creative. We make something out of nothing. Something out of nothing. A Caribbean superpower that translates beyond entrepreneurship, beyond everything. We're able to adapt because we're built for reinvention. We are built to navigate hurricanes, recessions, migration. We can adapt anywhere, right? Just put us somewhere and we'll adapt to it because we'll come out stronger every single time. And that is our superpower. We were not taught to own. And that's something that is following us as Caribbean, but we're changing that because ownership was just the beginning. Ownership matters deeply in the Caribbean. No. Many of the families came from histories where it was limited or outright denied. Ownership was denied. We fought hard to own lands, businesses, and our future. But guess what? A lot of persons in the Caribbean are fighting over these businesses, these lands. Why? Because no instruction was given. No instruction was left. Ownership is not the final part. Ownership is the next level. Somebody type next level in the chat. I want to know that you are here with me. Somebody type next level in the chat. Continuity is the next level, making sure that what we build does not disappear with us. Remember that picture that you have? Remember that picture that you look at? How much value is that picture? How much value does that picture show? What if we can leave more than just pictures? If something happened to you tomorrow, who would know what to do? If something happened to you, who would know how to continue the business? Most persons keep the business up here. Most persons know exactly what's happening in the business because it's all in our head. Who knows where the documents, policies, and assets are? Who knows where the customer and supply process is? Most times, mom and pop shops, I know in Jamaica and most times in the Caribbean overall, because we share a lot of our culture, or mom and pop shops, Sally knows Sam and Sam know Jerry, and Jerry is the customer, but Mary, who is Jerry's daughter, don't know the customer because she don't know Jerry. So if something was supposed to happen to you, does people know who are your customers, who are your suppliers? Who pays the bills? What about the bills? Whose names are on the bills? And what are the next steps? And that's a hard question because we have generations. A pattern, we do well. We have generations. Generation starts building. The first generation starts building. It's built from nothing and we start building. Blood, sweat, sacrifice. We work day and night, generation one. Everything lives in their hands and in their head. Your mom, your grandmother probably built, worked hard. But then you reach to generation two and what happens? They try to maintain it, but learns by watching because they watched grandma do things. They watched grandpa do things. They watched the auntie. They watched the uncle. But then they didn't know the system. They didn't know how to actually continue it because there was nothing in place. So gaps start to form. Generation three, what happens? Everybody loses it. because nothing was ever written down. Nothing was placed into cement. So the legacy fades. Grandma worked hard. Grandpa worked hard. But then it went to mom and dad. Mom and dad tried to keep it, but then the child was watching. You were probably the one who were watching and were like, wow. My grandfather worked as an electrician. He made money. Right? My grandfather worked as an electrician. He made money, but that wasn't passed down. If you ask me how to put a light bulb, I probably get shocked. I probably get shocked by putting in a light bulb. I didn't know. But what does AI do? AI becomes the notebook that helps you. Probably you're the first generation. Probably you're the first generation that's going to document these things, because AI helps you to become the notebook so that next generation doesn't have to start over, because AI can be your successor. Somebody type successor in the chat. I don't know if you know what a successor is, but a successor carries on. A successor carries forth. A successor carries even when you are still living. Because AI is not just a chatbot and should never be used as just a chatbot. It's a system that can be trained on your knowledge, values, processes, and goals. It allows you to have continuity. It can be your most prepared team member because it's always available. It never calls out sick, right? And it grows your business while you are sleeping, because think of it as a mini you, another you. So here's what we're going to do. Capture. In our successor framework, we're going to capture, we're going to organize, we're going to document, we're going to train, we're going to test, and we're going to improve. And we're going to do it together. But before we start, we're about to do a live exercise, and this is my disclaimer. Here is exactly what you are and you are not doing. You're not entering your bank account and passwords, account numbers, or sensitive private information into the tool. You're not giving AI enough context. You are, giving AI enough context to help you create a success plan, continuity plan, and system building roadmap. Think of this like telling a trusted advisor the shape of your life, not the combination to your safe. So open Chat, Claude, or Gemini, because we're going to drop a prompt. And the truth is, we're building agents, but we have to use prompts to build agents, right? So we're going to drop a prompt, and here's the prompt. Here's the prompt. The prompt goes like this. You are act as a world-class AI solutions architect. I'm going to share this screen with y'all so you can see what I'm seeing. All right. So act as a world-class AI solutions architect, AI implementation consultant, prompt engineer, knowledge-based expert, and business process analysis. Your mission is to help me build my own AI successor agent that learns my business, captures my expertise, and becomes smarter over time. Do not build the agent at once. Instead, guide me through the process step by step. Explain why it matters, give examples, ask me the questions needed to complete it, wait for my answers before moving to the next step, and challenge unclear or incomplete information. Recommend best practices. So it's going to help you define what an AI successor does. Then you are going to brain dump. Now, I like to brain dump in ChatGPT. Why? Because I can go back and forth with ChatGPT before finalizing it in Claude, right? So I'm going to go back and forth with ChatGPT because it's going to define my business. Whether your business is family business, because a lot of the times we think that family is not business, but family is a business. If you are here and you are a mother or a father, you know that family is a business, right? So define the business, capture the products, right? The services, customers, pricing, policies, frequently asked questions. A lot of times in our business, in our daily life, we get asked the same questions over and over again, right? If you work tonight a 9 to 5, you can create an agent for yourself as well because you get asked so many questions per day of the same thing, right? And then it's going to create a customer journey. Capture the knowledge. Interview me one question at a time. Why? Because it wants to it needs to understand your daily workflows, your weekly workflows, your monthly workflows. What are the recurring tasks, processes, checklists, best practices, and lessons learned? But here's the thing. It doesn't have to be fine-tuned. You don't have to know exactly how this works because sometimes while we're going about our daily lives, we don't realize that, oh, this happened. Oh, this should be in my successor kit. This should be something that my children should know. This should be something that my partner should know. This should be something that my family members should know. Whomever it is should know in order to ensure that my legacy lives on or our generation legacy lives on. So it's going to build you a knowledge base. It's going to build you a standard operating procedure. It's going to build you training manuals. Why? Because sometimes we train so differently than someone else, but we are going to be, Leslie says, we're going to be employing soon, right? Right? We're going to be employing in the future because we're going to scale our business. But in order for McDonald's to scale, in order for Burger King to scale, in order for KFC to scale, it has to have standard operating procedures. And we're creating that for our families, right? We're creating that for our families. We're creating decision trees. Who makes a decision in your family? If something should happen, who owns the house, right? And it's not just Abuela told you that you own the house if anything should happen to me. No, it's getting it on paper saying, hey, if something should happen, this is how the split should be. This is how the house should go. This is how the land should go. Don't be fighting over it because you have a different opinion than someone else, because it happens, right? We're not the same. And therefore, having standard operating procedures and decision tree helps to fine tune that. And we're able to create that without an attorney right now because we have AI. So here's what's going to pick your writing styles. It's going to create a documentation of how you make decisions, when to escalate issues, when to accept, what are the exceptions to the rule, what are the risk tolerance. It's going to identify repetitive tasks so you can automate it. And this is the first agent you're building. Why? Because it is basically the agent that tells every other agent how you do things, right? So this is your successor agent, and then it's going to test your agent, right? So we're telling ChatGPT, we're having the discussion, we're saying to create real-world scenarios to test whether my AI successor responds to the world the way I would, right? Identify weaknesses and recommend improvements, and then help me create a plan to continue training. Because the truth is, your agents, this successor agent is like a child. You don't just tell the child one thing and leave. You continue training the child. You continue nurturing the child. And if you want the best handoff, start with your first agent. It says to ask you one question at a time. Why? Because we're thinking about too many things at once, right? We're thinking about going to the market. We're thinking about how the business is running. We're thinking about the money part. We're thinking about so many things. It's time to step back. Time to step back. How do we actually run? How does these systems work? Because if we're not creating a system, we're leaving fragments of information, fragments of knowledge. The Bible says in Colossians to buy back our time. How are we buying back our time if the systems that should be in place are not in place? But the good thing is, somebody type good in the chat. Somebody type good in the chat. Somebody type good in the chat. The good thing is, somebody type, I don't know if y'all still with me because y'all need to hear this. The good thing is, we have a tool. We have tools that can help us. We have tools that are at our fingertips. We don't have to wait until tomorrow because most times when you go to get a medical done, you have to wait 2 weeks, 3 weeks to see the doctor. But we don't have to wait until tomorrow. We don't have to wait until 5 minutes from now. We can start implementing now. We can start building that AI successor agent now. Because guess what? We want to eliminate family knowledge gap. We want to ensure that our business can operate even if we're on vacation. We want to be present when we're with our children. We don't have to pick up the phone every minute. Oh, we're answering a message when we're supposed to be having dinner. We don't want to be having just a regular Sunday where we're watching TV after a long Sunday. You have your Sunday meal, right? Whether it's rice and peas and chicken or rice and peas and oxtail or whatever your norm is, a soup, right? On a Sunday. We don't want to have to take up our phones trying to answer a message. We want to ensure that we have a clear picture of what you own. We want to make sure that it's documented. We want to ensure that there's a roadmap that anyone can follow, that you should be following while you're living. I will tell you that the reason why families are strong is because they stick together. And as Caribbean people, as the beautiful Caribbean countries that are just together, this Caribbean AI Summit has made us even tighter because now we can know that it's no longer I know it and you don't have to know it. It's no longer keeping it to ourselves. It's how do we come together and how do I share my knowledge with you? How do I share my systems with you so that you don't have to be stressing, be worrying? The generation can flourish. So here's what I'm going to leave you with. Big companies have systems, manuals, processes, and tools built so no single person departure breaks the whole operation. You know what Caribbean businesses have? Creativity, cultural intelligence, agility, deep community of trust, assets no corporate manual can replicate. So what happens when we come together? We can compete and win. Somebody type win in the chat. Somebody type win in the chat because our ideas are powered by infrastructure. Our ideas are powered by systems that last. We already have the ideas. Now we are building the infrastructure because the new inheritance is systems. Because wisdom plus systems gone out the road, knock out the park, knock right out the park. That's our new inheritance, something that you're building to continue, not just keep right now, not just hold on to right now. You're building it to continue. So you're going to drop the prompt. You're going to drop the prompt in, and you're going to start building your system. you're going to start building your manual. You're going to start building your agent, because this prompt is going to build for you the agent. You're going to have that discussion, the back and forth discussion. And after the back and forth discussion, you're going to bring it over into Claude. And Claude is going to create you an agent, your AI successor agent. I'm going to give you a 90-day, get it done. So you're going to get over to aibizqueen.com and you're going to get a 90-day guide. Because the future of the Caribbean success is not just ownership, it's documented knowledge. It's not just hard work, it's trained system. It's not just one brilliant person. It's a business that continues beyond you. You have it. You have it all in your hand. Now, I'm going to make a toast. I'm going to make a toast. And the toast is going to be to our success. The toast is going to be to our SS, right? The toast is going to be to our SS. And our SS is our success system. The toast is going to be to our successful systems. So can I have a toast? I don't have any glass right now. Right? I don't have any glass right now. Can I have our toast, a toast to our successful systems? To our success, yeah, I have my tea right here. I saw Stacey with her tea. I was like, okay, I have my tea. Right, I have my tea. To our successful systems, my dear. Cheers. Right? Guys, I wish you nothing but success and all the best. And build those systems. Stay ingrained into those systems, because that's what will carry forward the systems. Take a sip.
Thank you so much, Tanisha. Guys, please give Tanisha her flowers. The systems will carry us to success. I'm so glad you talked about that, because that's exactly what I'm going to talk about. Because let me tell you, when they talk about entrepreneurship, you hear all of the fluff and the fun stuff. But what makes it work are the systems. The systems make it work, you know. And I'm grateful that community is a part of our system, because community makes it work. I'm grateful that we have, you know, solid tools, AI tools that are a part of our systems, because we have the workflows and all those things, but the systems ultimately start with us. The success starts with us, you know. And Omar said, well researched, well presented, and I love the passion that you exude throughout your entire presentation. Okay, Omar, yeah, you got to come to all my events. Omar. Like, I've just been loving, you just been loving on all of us. Thank you so much, Tanisha, and thanks for sharing the prompts that everybody can use to enable themselves to be better at being better. Cheers. Okay, Corinne, you find the toast glasses. My gosh. We were like, can we find the toast glasses? Can we? Can we find glasses to toast? Okay, all right, guys. So we are getting into our afternoon segment. And I kind of had a little bit of a break. I hope you guys have been helping yourself and taking your normal bio breaks and getting your snacks. There are a lot, you know, it's a lot of moving parts and things on the stage, but it is also important for us to take care of ourselves. So we're moving into our afternoon. I'm going to be presenting very quickly, but not so quickly, my presentation around value, because you would have been sat here for about a day and a half. In total, it's going to end up being like, you know, a day worth of time. But you have been looking at different presentations that are helping you to recognize where AI should be fitting in your overarching work life, in your business, if you're a business owner or if you run a department. And so now what we're going to do is we're going to take that to the next level. I'm a strategist by heart and by nature, and I've been blessed to work on a lot of transformation programs and strategies, and it's my joy. Coming to the Caribbean, that was the whole point of my recruitment. I was recruited 11 plus years ago to come back and help a group of companies go through massive transformation. And that was an amazing journey. And so part of what I really want to impart is just how important it is for us to be strategic when we're thinking about our jobs and our roles as leaders. And a huge part of what I do when I work with business owners and business leaders is I help them to think more strategically. But how many of us know about the blind spots that we have? Blind spots, everybody has them. I have them. Even as an expert, I have them, right? And right now, many of us don't even recognize that we have these blind spots. And when you're in the AI space, being able to communicate with your blind spot is one of the biggest wins that I think is missing from all of us. And that's what I've been doing with a whole lot of my time and building out things in AI. I love to build dashboards so that I can remove my blind spots. And that's been where I've spent most of my time, building dashboards, helping people to be able to see where are they losing themselves in their work and in their business. Why do you think I do that? I do that because, well, not the neck brace. Don't count the neck brace. Don't count that this time. But my journey, my life's journey has been one that has been riddled by wellness challenges because of my blind spots. And so what I've done for you guys today is I've done a couple of dashboards to help you remove your blind spots and to also invite you to work with me over a period of time to make sure that you're building this out for yourself or that you are getting it built for you, whichever way works. So we had some conversations yesterday. We're going to circle back through some of those, kind of see where you are, because I rated you yesterday and I asked a question and now you may be in a different position. So we're going to check on that. Okay. So we're going to start off with just a brief introduction. I'm going to introduce myself once again. One second. Let me share my screen. All right, can you see my screen? Thumbs up if you can see my screen. Thumbs up. Yes, yes, you should be seeing vision to value. Thank you, Corrine. Turning AI fluency into measurable value. All right, so this is the thing, guys. One of the big shifts that we have seen from January to now, right? One of the big shifts that we've seen is we have seen where people are using AI. You can almost say everybody using AI, and there is data on that. I've been watching the trends, and I do a lot of trend analysis on LinkedIn, on my weekly LinkedIn Live on Tuesdays. So if you ever want to hop on a Tuesday morning with your tea, that's what we're talking about. And what we recognize is that yes, everybody is using AI. Even at work, people are using AI. Leaders are using AI. Business owners are using AI. I have lots of clients that I work with on a lot of things. Lots of friends who run very successful or financially successful businesses, and many of them are using ChatGPT. Some maybe even using Claude, but they're still not using it in a way that's adding value, right? So while AI may not be optional, I'm just gonna beg your pardon while I take this off. I don't think I can do my do with it on. Okay, while AI is not optional, guys, it's everywhere now. It's gonna continue to proliferate our society. The value part is still a choice. And how do we know that value is a choice? What does that even mean? What it means is that not everybody is using AI with intention. And when I say intention, I don't mean the intention to create a flyer, the intention to write the email better, the intention to build a presentation faster. That is not the intention behind the power of tool and infrastructure like artificial intelligence. So let's look at me, for example. So I'm your facilitator and I've been your host for the last day and a half. And I rebranded myself the AI Lady Boss last year when I made the 100% decision that I was not going to do AI as a side hustle. I was not going to do AI as this thing that is in addition to my consulting company. And I was running my consulting company, doing really well in the consulting business, had a nice top tier, make enough money consulting client. I mean, like, guys, it was a T, and it needed to be the T because I have a life and I have children and all of those things. So I knew for sure that I was very happy technically where I was, but I knew that I was teaching AI. I was supporting people here and there as I could. I was traveling and doing workshops, but I was not all in. I was not all in. And as a techie and an AI expert, it was either now or never. And that now was last year. So can somebody say all in the chat if you know what it means to go from thinking about a dream, wondering about a dream, listening to this idea visit you in your head over and over and over and over and over again, but not actually doing it. And then one day you just get up and you say, no, that is enough. I'm going to write the book. I'm going to open the business. I'm going to ask for the promotion. I'm going to ask for the new office, the corner office. I'm going to get that board seat. If you know what it means to make that decision that day when you just say, you know what, no. I'm going to dash with the glasses like the man on the food thing. And it's time for me to now go all in on whatever this dream is that I have. And so this is a picture of me going all in, but I'm going to show you a video that I shared on Instagram and TikTok, which went really crazy. I didn't expect it to have so much of an impact, but it did. But I want to share the video with you because it is essentially the decision that I made when I made the decision to go all in.
Dava, launching AI street stories and helping women founders reinvent their businesses using AI. None of that happens without this though, without the silence, without coming back to yourself. So here's my challenge. Before you start diving into all the big moves for your new year, sit in silence, release what needs to go. Feel the energy you want to create. The life you dream of is waiting for you to get quiet enough to hear it. Let's build together in 2026. I just released my biggest client, the one that paid my bills. And I'm sitting on the beach of property I can now call my own in St. Mary, Jamaica. And I'm about to tell you why this is the scariest and yet most aligned thing I've ever done. Here's what nobody tells you about dreams. Sometimes to step into them fully, you have to release everything that feels safe. So along with 2025, I said goodbye to my 9-to-5 retainer client, the steady income that helped me take care of my family and gave me that familiar sense of security. Why? Because this year I'm going all in on AI, building Dava, launching AI street stories, and helping women founders reinvent their businesses using AI. None of that happens without this though, without the silence, without coming back to yourself. So here's my challenge. Before you start diving into all the big moves for your new year, sit in silence, release what needs to go. Feel the energy you want to create. The life you dream of is waiting for you to get quiet enough to hear it. Let's build together in 2026.
All right, so that was January. And I can tell you that since January, there has been so much that I have learned that moving from saying that I'm going all in and actually living it. You know, here's what the thing is, guys. Wherever you are right now, whether you take this as with AI or with building your dream, building that business, writing that book, you're always going to start off in a place of curiosity. Curiosity don't have no cost. Curiosity, you could just be watching from the sidelines. You could be in this summit and you're just watching it. Curiosity does not cost you or your dream anything. When you start to now use that curiosity, use the ideas that you have to create something, That is the price point that nobody tells you about. Nobody tells you about the price to build the dream. Nobody tells you about the cost of executing the plan. And so wherever you were yesterday, maybe some of you did start in Curious, some of you were in using it. Maybe after today's presentation, you would be sitting in building with it, right? And to be quite honest, it's the same thing with your dream. There really aren't any wrong answers when it comes to where you are, right? Everyone, again, is on the same ladder. Whether you are an individual or you are inside of or running an organization. We start off curious, asking the questions. That's level 1. We may still be curious and not paying anything. It's not costing us anything. It's sat over on the sidelines when we're a tasker and we're a prompter. But you see, once you decide that you're going to move into being at the partner level where you're leveling up and you're using AI to work with you to build out your dream, you are now spending time. You are spending money. You may even be letting go of people, places, and things that cannot serve you on your AI journey. And definitely when you get to builder level, you have been seeing some builders today. Since this morning, you've seen 4 builders, right? You've seen people building agencies, building AI answering services, building complete content systems, building other systems and structures so that they can take care of their legacy. By the time you get to 4, don't you think you would have let go of many things? Don't you think it would have cost you time, effort, money, maybe some relationships? So at every single level that we are on this journey, regardless of whether you're in this lane as a solopreneur or as somebody that has a side hustle with AI, or you're inside the organization, we are all on the same path at the same time. Now, is it going to stay this way forever? No, I can actually say that by the time we hit 2027, there's going to be a clear divide between your individuals who are over here and your organization. Clear divide. If you're in the organization, the work that you're going to be doing is going to become highly technical, and you're going to be building a lot of things to work and to manage inside of the organization. And over here on the individual side, it's going to be different for you as well. Things are going to change rapidly and they're going to change drastically. But the one thing that does not shift, that does not change, is the human that is in the middle. The human intelligence that facilitates that dream, that does the building of the Instagram pages and puts themselves out there, even if it's a faceless social media account. There is still human intelligence that is behind that. There is still human intelligence that is in the midst of the individual that is using AI on their own and the individual that is inside of the enterprise working. A person that is sat there choosing to think, to discern, to lead. And no matter what direction AI takes, it will always have the human in the middle. And you would have seen that you don't need to be a technical human to make AI work for you. You don't need to be technical to build your dream using AI, but you do have to be intentional. And in order for you to be intentional, you have to know where you're getting value from. So when I was sat out here on my beach and I do my excitement, like this one, this is when my dream is very active in this. You know when your dream got you. Somebody type dream in the chat, because maybe I'm the only dreamer in this room. Maybe I'm the only dreamer in this room. But you know when the dream have you, and you're just excited and you just feel good and you feel it in your bones, and it's like, oh my gosh, the thing just have you away. It's like the first time you're falling in love, when you see that guy or that girlfriend, and you know that period before you get to know them, and it's all nice. And they're all sweet. Yeah, that's this moment right here when I'm just like, I made up my mind. I'm going all in on the dream, right? So I have some dreamers in the chat. I see it. I see you guys. I see it, right? I see it. Dream to 3D, Lola. Okay. Okay. Yes, I see it, right? So you know what it feels like when the dream has you. Now, I want you to tell me if you know what it feels like when the fear associated with that dream introduces itself to you. When you start to see that the dream is free, but it's going to cost you some money, it's going to cost you some time, and it may even cost you some relationships to build this dream out. So here, when you start to look at moving from that dream, that vision, to the value that you can actually get from it, right? This is where you have to now start to think about, where are the blind spots that I may have in bringing my dream to life? Because you know what hit me while I've been on this 6-month journey, and it's so good when you can look back. You know, Steve Jobs talked about connecting the dots backwards. And what I've found is that AI helps you to do that in a way that nothing else does. And if you've been on a recent summit with me, you know I love a dashboard, and I love to actually show this. And the reason why I love to show blind spots is because that is what usually trips us up in business. It trips us up whether we're working by ourselves or whether we're working with people, because we can't see the forest from the trees. We can't see ourselves and what we are building and what it's costing us and where we need to make adjustments. So the first blocker I'm going to remove for you is the individual vision to value snapshot, right? And this is something that is so critical for you guys to get. It's really critical for you guys to get. Here is why. Because when you are a solopreneur, your blind spots are usually around revenue and cash flow and what's happening. I have become so vigilant around money in my business because I have removed the blind spots. I have a revenue to cash flow thing. I might just pull it up if we have time. So this is my vision to value snapshot. I have 3 different ways that you can look at yourself and at your business. Right now, it's telling me that I have approximately 15 hours that I can reclaim every single week, right? If I'm at building level, right? So here I go, I'm at curiosity. Right now, at curiosity level, I have 8 hours that I can possibly, but if I move to using it, 15 hours. And if I move to building with AI, I can reclaim 18 hours. That's literally like 2 to 3 days. That's 2.5 days. So this is what happened. It synced my calendar every morning because you have it running consistently, right? I can resync it myself manually, right? Or I can have it do the syncs weekly instead of daily. This is how Claude is reading my week. Okay, I have 38 calendar events. 9 of them are recurring. 6 hours back to back, which back to back hours kill me. So I don't have much protective focus happening. I have 212 emails that I received. I only answered 47, right? 3 recurring reports and status decks on my calendar that need to be. So what are my goals? My goal is to reclaim a day a week and put it into client strategy. As a matter of fact, the reason why this is my goal is because when I did my end of the first half of the year, that H1, when I look back at January to June, and Claude said, you know, you got to do some more business development. You're not making enough time to go out there and get other clients. So you guys can imagine, I had 1 5-figure client that was close to 50K every single month. 1. I don't know if y'all understand what I'm saying to you. I had one 5-figure, high 5-figure client that was my retainer. And when I said I'm going into AI because I know the value of the work and I know the value of what you can actually deliver in the AI space, and I know the value of what I can deliver, what my value is, I was like, okay, if I can replace that 1 with 3 clients focused on AI, focused on adoption, focused on transformation, but allow myself to have that bucket multiplied with really zoning in on that transformation focus, that would make a huge difference. No problem. But guess what? I had blind spots. Where did my work go for the most of the first half of the year? My work went into learning, a lot of deep learning, a lot of masterminds, a lot of classes. I was taking everybody's class. And so it's like, okay, well, no, you're not going to get to where you need to go. So where does my week go? Does enough go to focus work? Probably. But with this dashboard, I said, if I put more into focus work, right? How is that going to affect my numbers, right? If I'm putting more effort into emails and reactive stuff, how is that going to help me? And you'll see that it adjusts itself as I put things in. Where do I need to put AI to work? It's now telling me where I can put AI to work. Why is this wonderful? Because it's pointing out the gaps that I currently have that I need to close. It's asking me to make a commitment. Listen, girl, you need to let an assistant triage this for you. You can put AI to work here. You can put AI to work on your own data for the first draft. Then you can refine and sign it off. You can put up, I'm in so many meetings, guys. Who's in meetings? Oh my gosh. If you're in meetings, put an exclamation mark in the chat. If you're in a meeting, put the exclamation mark in the chat, because I don't know about y'all, but I have Otter, I have Fireflies, I have all the flies. I take all the notes, I do all the things, and it is a lot, right? So it's asking me to commit to turning over the meeting prep and the research and doing all of that. 16 hours in meetings, 9 of those meetings are recurring. Come on, Stacey, you can do better than that, right? And then it tells me what my committed time is worth. Have you ever calculated your hourly time? And I don't mean the hourly time that you get paid hourly, right? Like, if you go out there and you can just do research on AI, how much money could I be making an hour? That's what I use. That's a number I use. How much could I be making an hour? You see this down here, so guys? When you start to put money to this, right? I don't even have an hourly rate anymore. I don't operate like that, but I'll still calculate it, right? I'll still calculate it, right? So let's say I commit to all of these things. Let's say I commit to all the things that it has said that I need to commit to. How much money am I committing to saving, to creating? How much is my time worth? This is a huge blind spot for us as people that sit inside of organizations. We're working. You may be making $9 an hour. You may be making 7 or 5 or 10 or 12, whatever your number is. The number is not the issue. The issue that you have is that you're not recognizing how much of that time you are wasting. You don't have to own your own business. You don't have to be an AI expert, but you do need to decide whether or not you are going to start getting value from the work that you're doing. You come to the summit and I know you got a lot of thrills from what you saw earlier. You got a lot of thrills, you drop a lot of gems, you do all of the things, but are you actually getting value for your work, from your work? Are you adding value to your organization? Are you adding value to your leader, to your supervisor? When they come to you, can you look at them and say, yeah, I did this thing and I built this thing and, it's going to add X amount of revenue to us. It's going to give us growth. It's going to increase our products. Are you doing any of that? Are you able to see this blind spot? Whether you're building your dream or supporting somebody else to execute theirs. Now let's take it up a notch, because I would have shown you here that there's value created inside of organizations at 2 levels. So you are the individual, so you have your level, and then you have the professional level, right? And then you have not the professional, you're the professional, and then you have the business leader or the business owner level, right? So for what you lead, what it changes for your team and your organization. So let's look at the team dashboard now. Let's look at the team dashboard. So how ready is your team? Like, seriously, do you even know? Do you have a sense of how much time your team is wasting every single week doing tasks that are not adding any value. They're not saving you any money. They're actually costing you money. They're not saving you any time. They're actually costing you time. They're not delivering any efficiency. They're costing you inefficiency, or they're creating more inefficiency. So how is your team read, right? How is your team read? The team averages 14 hours a week in meetings. Approvals sit an average of 3 days in leader inboxes. And you know how all of this is done, guys? Simple. One connection can get you this information. Two can make it better. Connecting to your primary email account and your primary calendar. Now, when it comes to your team, and you can do this for yourself as well, but I find that it's far more valuable when you're thinking about it at the team level, right? You need to rank where your team sits in these 3 buckets, because the people side of value is all that matters at the end of the day. No matter which technology is on the table, if the people side does not line up, then guess what? You're not getting the value. You're not getting the value, right? Run this for the government, right? Right, Karine? So when you look at what is required in mindset, what's required in mindset is whether or not they have digital curiosity. Are they curious enough to be leading things? What is their mindset? Are they emerging? Are they developing? Are they capable? Are they leading? And you notice that you'll see the overall readiness ranking changing as that happens, right? The more capable they are, the higher the overall readiness score is. And you can go through and you can rank your team across these 3 areas: mindset, skill set, tool set, right? And it's already picked out the areas that you need to look at, like depending on your specific example, your specific business. Now, right now it's talking to me about my clients and my specific business, right? So that's why I have these options. But I don't know how many of you actually know what is the AI maturity or AI readiness of your team. And are you able to rank them? Are you able to actually look through and see the primary areas: operations, finance, marketing, client delivery, sales? Are you able to actually go through and rank them? Look at my sales. You can see that. That's why overall it's at 33. Right? So now, again, it's asking you to commit. What are you committing to? And how is that going to cost you? Like, they have these amazing systems that they can put in place inside of organizations where you are actively able to measure the productivity of an individual in the business. And for many small businesses, they don't even have time. They don't even have time to do that. But now with AI, you can. And for some leaders, I understand that this can feel and seem overwhelming. It can feel and seem like, oh my gosh, I don't even know where to start with this. I have not even wrapped my head around AI. I'm still sat here where I'm like trying to figure out my stuff. I'm still over here where, my inbox is crazy. My meetings are all over the place. My assistant isn't trained and I don't know how to get her started. That's where I'm sat. And if that's you, then that's who I'm talking to today. And that's who I'm going to be talking to for the next few days as we get ready to level up through our 90-day Leadership Accelerator. So this is where you're going to be leading your business with AI in just 90 days. Why 90 days? Because we dedicate 30 days to each of the different areas that your business needs to focus on. Very, very simply. We focus on vision. So we make sure that your vision is clear, not just the dream space that you saw me sitting in, right? We make sure that your vision is clear. We make sure that you have the capability in your people so that you know what mindset you need, what skill set you have, and what tool set you need to use to bring your outcomes, your goals to life. And then month 3, we focus on strategy. We focus on the value that you're delivering through your business and to your clients. So by the time you're done and you're heading into 2027, and I know it seems crazy, guys, but we are in July. And by the time this accelerator starts, which is next month, you're literally projecting for 2027. We don't have time for play. We don't have time to sit back and wait to learn about AI. Now is that time. Now is the time to create the clarity that you do not have. Now is the time to understand, even if you're not building this, even if you're using the ones I've built, now is the time for you to understand this about yourself. Where is your time going? How much is it costing you? Now is the time to understand where your team sits. Excuse me. Where is their time going? What are their mindset, skill sets, and tool sets? And are they ready to support you? So this is the accelerator that we're doing, and it's going to be building with me, your AI lady boss, of course. And it's very, very simple. We're going to sit on a call together. It's a short call, just 30 minutes. And it's very little information that you have to supply, right? And interestingly enough, of course, I use this to build AI. I use Lovable quite a lot to build out landing pages and forms that I need to fill out. So I'm going to share this in the chat, and you're also going to get it by email in your reminders that are going to come out after. And I'm going to invite you to join me on this 90-day accelerator program, because I am building systems and structures for success, right? I am also supporting so many leaders on their AI transformation journey. And I want to make sure that 2027 does not see Caribbean leaders sat down waiting to become AI fluent, waiting for a big time vendor to come in and tell them that they're going to teach them how to understand AI and how to apply to their business. Now is the time to get serious about strategy, but doing it in a different way, doing it in a way that identifies where you are as an individual so that you can serve your people and you can serve your businesses better. So I hope that you'll join me on this journey, guys. I've seen a couple more of my other presenters join the Zoom, so I'm gonna move on to them. But if this added some value, if you got a little bit clearer on where you are, where you need to be looking, where your blind spots may be sitting, please let me know. Just drop a clear in the chat. Drop a clear or a fire emoji. Let me know that you're still here. Let me know that you have a little bit more clarity, even on the fact that the dream is free, but the plan is going to cost you. How much it costs you is where you get to make the choice. So you don't have to be technical with AI, but you do have to be intentional with how you do it. So I hope you join me on the accelerator journey, guys. Thank you so much for your attention to my presentation. I am now going to be moving on to our next presenter. And just very quickly, I do have a note from one of my experts that's supposed to be joining us, my presenter, Sonia Winter. So Sonia is the therapist that was coming to join us. She is a clinical practitioner, and I'm hoping that she'll still be able to make it, but she actually has an emergency with one of her clients at the hospital. So we will see whether or not she can actually join us later, but we're going to carry on, and I'm going to check and see if I have David here with me. Yes, David, I see you. Okay, let me just make you co-host. Hi, David, how are you doing?
I'm good. Pleased to be on this call. Inspired.
Okay, great. I'm happy to hear it. Thank you. Okay, guys. So listen now. If you guys are like on lunch break, you need to come back. I know I was supposed to have a break and I went over the break because David is flying in all the way from London. Or where in the UK are you, David? I didn't ask you that. Where in the UK are you?
Paddington, so it's like the central part of.
I love Paddington. I love Paddington. I love London. It's one of my favorite cities. All right, guys. So I'm just gonna ask you to please for just load up David. He is here with us, joining us as Chief Innovation Officer. Chief Innovation Officer. And I'm excited to make this announcement because he's like a big boss, right? Chief Innovation Officer from his company, Pearpoint. I'm sorry, yeah. Pearpoint, and supporting with talking to us today about telecoms. And how many of us know that without connectivity, AI does not exist? Without connectivity, AI does not exist. I don't know about you guys, but thank you, Deanna. Without connectivity, AI does not exist, right? It's there, it's sat in the background somewhere, but it's not something that we can work with and use and leverage. So I want to say thank you to David for coming on. PairPoint is an official partner of Vodafone, and you can explain a little bit more, David, about the work that you do. But I'm so grateful to you for joining. What time is it over there? Is it like 7 o'clock?
Yeah, it's 7:30.
Okay, that's about, yeah, because it's 1:30 here and 2:30 in the States. All right, so I'm going to hand over to you now, David, for you to have this conversation with us. Looking forward to all the gems that you are going to drop. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to share some slides if that helps. Let me share. So first of all, I'd like to say, really inspired, Stacey, by the journey you took, and putting everything into AI 100% in, because that is it, right? This is a unique time. I was speaking at a wealth conference in Cyprus, right? So this is all financial bankers, and I thought, okay, let me put some AI in the presentation, and I thought I'd be the only one, right, in this 2-day conference talking about AI. It was an AI conference, right? Every presentation, every discussion was about AI. Every discussion in corporate business, I work with international banks, pharmaceutical companies, telcos, automotive OEMs. Every discussion globally now is about AI and how AI can be utilized, right, for the future of business. It's everything. But I like to start with this slide, right, because if you look at it, where we are now, 8 billion people, the population is going to grow a little bit. One of the, coming from sort of Vodafone, which is a global carrier. I think Vodafone connects 500 million people across the globe, 250 million IoT devices. Mobile phones are going to increase to 8 billion, but it's a 90% penetration. And when we think about AI, we'll think about initially, using AI, and producing stuff on AI through our mobiles. One of the biggest changes that's coming is obviously as we move to AI agents, right? Because this is going to be a massive, massive shift where, everything is on our phones now, right? There's an app for everything. There's an app for this conference. There's an app for shopping. There's an app for banking. There's an app for everything, right? App for dating, app for whatever. But part of what AI will do and what we'll be working towards is how you can bypass the mobile phone and just have agents, right, that you speak to, that act on your behalf autonomously. And this is going to be a massive shift as you move from mobile to the agentic era, right? And if we're not ready for it, this is going to be absolutely huge, right? And if you look at these statistics, just cutting to the chase, right? Digital wallets, 56% penetration by 2030. IoT devices, I agree with Stacey, right? No connectivity, no AI, but no data, no AI, right? And if you look at the investment that's gone into AI and where the returns are going to be, a big part of it is going to be from business, and business data will come from business systems. We call them ERP systems, or they're going to come from connected devices that produce data. So we're expecting 30 billion IoT devices, but the real big signal that we're getting, 1,000x increase is AI agents, right? So 100 billion AI agents, so 8 billion people, every person having like 10 agents, every business having 10 agents, is going to be the big shift, right? And learning, Stacey, on your course, and the things you're doing to be agentic first, right? How to interact with agents, how to prepare. So on your calendar, for example, when you're talking about your calendar, that's an agent running in the background, right? That's an agent that's looking at data, using plugins to run in the background. And that's the beginning of the next era of automation. And if we're not there, if you're not thinking about agentic commerce, if you're not thinking about how your business can use agents, how you can use agents, then in the next 12 to 18 months you will be left behind, right? Because this is a massive shift. So some of the sort of headlines on this. So, Google launches the AP2 protocol, right? So that is a standard for agent communication and agent payments. Visa launches Trusted Agent Protocol. If you look at the major things that are happening, it's all about agent-to-agent communication. So MCP, AP2. You see that Visa launched the agent payment platform a few weeks ago. Visa have done something similar. And we are actually working with all of them to see how we can essentially look at phone number ID and how we can use the telco networks, to identify agents securely. But this is where it's going, right? And if you look at how it works, I mean, an agentic agent just basically stops you from having to do something, and it starts to work on your behalf using a combination of your data and other data. If we look at connectivity, as I said, there's two big things, right? One is, no AI, no connectivity, no AI. The other one is no data, no AI. And I think for the Caribbean and the whole region, there's two things that worry me, right? One is, if you look at the big spending now, it's in AI compute data centers, right? Trillions and trillions and trillions in the data centers. These data centers need two things, right? They need to have masses of electricity. So an AI data center will use in 1 week what a small town what Kingston would use in Jamaica would use in a month, right? It's a mass power it needs, and it also needs fresh water. So the infrastructure requirements for AI compute data centers are massive. But what you'll see is that most countries, most companies are betting their future on that, because if you don't have the AI data centers, you can't run the models. And if you can't run the models, then you can't compete in the new AI economy. So at a macro level, infrastructure is important. Where there's, telecoms come in. So some of the initiatives that I'm personally working on at the moment is that we're working to try and add AI compute capability into the towers, right, into the telco infrastructure. So one of the things that you have is that you don't have big AI compute data centers in every country in the Caribbean, but you do have telco infrastructure. So we're trying to transform the telco infrastructure so that because it has high power, so that it can start to also have AI compute, and that the many towers that we have with GPUs can become a big virtual data center. So that's something that we're trying to do. The importance of that for people looking for careers in AI and running businesses in AI, it just means you can run your models at the edge, right? So one of the differences that's happening is when you use ChatGPT or Claude or the big large language models, you're actually running AI in the cloud, right? So it's a mobile to cloud architecture. What you're seeing happening now, given the sheer size of the data you have to run and the demand to combine your local data with cloud big LLM data and inference, is that you're starting to see demand to run data at the edge or even locally, right? So a lot of the trend now is, okay, can I run a model on my own computer, right? Can I run it at the edge? Can I run it at my business? And you run that in conjunction with the big large language models. So you've got small language models, you've got large language models, and you've got localized models. So what we're trying to do is support that AI infrastructure demand with the telco infrastructure, right? So that the danger is that I'll say this another way, right? What if you look at, so why, Stacey, would a company locate a business process outsourcing plant in Jamaica, for example, or any other Caribbean island, right? It's primarily because of low labor, right? So business will generally look to countries where it can have low and skilled labor, and it will locate its operations there. We're now moving with AI. And there's also physical AI as well, which is the robots that are coming in the next 3 to 5 years, where everything is about locating your business where you have the best AI infrastructure, right? If you have power outages, you don't have connectivity, you can't access your models, you can't run them locally, you can't do AI. Nobody's gonna you're gonna move, right? Businesses are gonna want to locate where they have the best access to AI infrastructure. So the importance there is that as you move from a low labor economy, where people are locating where labor is cheap, to one where they're trying to locate where they have the best AI infrastructure, this is a big danger to developing countries, right? Because the labor doesn't matter, right? It's all about capital, right? Can I get robots? Can I get AI agents running? I can automate everything. So this is a matter of survival, not just for individuals, but also for the countries in the Caribbean and other regions. So the telco infrastructure, I believe, coming back to the topic, is going to be critical, right? As we start to turn the telco infrastructure, start to turn the towers into AI compute data centers, that should give everybody the ability to have models that can be run at the edge and locally. It should also, with things like AI Open RAN and AI Grid, which are two AI terms for the development of the telco infrastructure, should lead to faster and better designed telco for AI models. And it should also lead to the ability for telcos to actually earn money from AI as well, right? So that's sort of where we're going. If you look at it, a lot of the work we've been doing is to adapt the SIM card, so that it can automatically connect to blockchain, so that it can automatically connect to AI models. What does that mean? It means that where you're generating data from your phone, which is a device, or your wearable or whatever, we can essentially link that direct to an AI model and monetize your data, right? Because data will become, in this AI economy, a massive, massive currency, right? And the ability to mash data up, to combine your data, your business data, with public data in the LLMs is going to be critical. I mean, some of the things you can do is, you have your own agents on your phone which will act on your behalf, but that's also going to work for things like businesses. And the future of business will be that automation boundary. Where you have these manual processes, they will not work with AI. AI needs automation, it needs data, it needs consistent business processes to run. So a rethink of the business process and the automation levels is going to be critical for AI to work. And I think the other thing that will be critical, when we look at the infrastructure, is how we identify these agents, right? So 100 billion AI agents. If you think about the payment networks, if you think about the retail networks and the booking, it's all geared towards somebody, right, with a mobile phone who can prove their identity, who can get a text message and authenticate that something's been sent to them. As we move to having more and more agents, some of the critical things will be how you identify them real time. So some of the things I've been working on is like phone number identity for agents, right? So where you have a Google standard like AP2, we're working to basically combine that with phone number identity. So essentially you would be able to delegate your phone number to your agents that are working on your behalf, and others would be able to, a business would be able to allocate their phone number. So essentially you can always tell that agent is linked to a person, a legal entity, and you can authenticate the identity before that agent is able to transact or act on behalf of anyone. So that's some of the things we're working on. Also, the other thing is physical AI, right? So a lot of us at the moment think of AI as a program. It's Claude, it's OpenAI, it's Grok. It's just this thing that works on our mobile. That is only the beginning, right? This is going to go to a complete other level where the business data starts to get into the models, and you start to have the robots, right? So if you look at Tesla, for example, Tesla stopped making certain models, right? They're not interested in the cars anymore. The big race now is robots, right? So these robots will work in factories, they'll work in tourism, They'll work on building sites. This is going to be another level, right? Where you'll have physical AI, physical robots that also need to be connected, that also need to be authenticated. And this is where, again, we're using the telco infrastructure and phone number ID in this as well, right? So I just wanted to put this on because this is going to be something that in the next 12 to 18 months that becomes very, very big, right? Which is the robots. Some of the price points you're hearing are $25,000, right? $25,000, $50,000. But if you think about how much it costs to employ someone, this becomes pretty cheap, right? And you can rent it out when you're not using it, so you can have the equivalent of the Airbnb of robots. And so I'm just putting this, I've just shared a few slides. I'm probably over time, just to show, from my world, where things are going, how we're thinking about it. I haven't even begun to think about banking and AI in banking and AI in finance and AI in payments and AI in everything, right? So I think, Stacey, going back to your inspirational point, right, where you went all in, that is 1,000,000% the only way now, right? Because, what they're saying about jobs being lost, I have to say is true, right? Most of the jobs where somebody's behind the desk in front of a computer, you'll find that most big corporations, don't quote me on this, but most big corporations will be having strategic meetings already about how AI could be implemented. AI costs money, right? The tokens to use AI cost money. So the only way you can justify that expenditure is either by growing or lowering your labor costs as you move more into capital. So the ability for people to reinvent themselves, become part of the AI solution. So I urge everybody, take Stacey's class, right? It's a solution, it's critical, but become part of the AI solution. Learn everything you can about it, and also think of yourself as a business, right? Because it's also going to present a lot of opportunities. But what you cannot do is ignore it, right? Because certainly from where I am, I travel, I've spoken in like 20 countries this year, conferences in all kinds of sectors, and this is all everybody's talking about there. There is a race for the line with this. It's not going to go away. If you're not part of the solution, you'll be disintermediated. So I urge everybody to take this seriously and just, what it does do on the positive side is if you have imagination, if you have a vision, this can power that to life, right? And I just urge everybody to get trained up and to do that.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, you said a lot. I love the data. I'm a geek like that. So I love the data points showing, where we are today, looking forward 2030. Yeah, go ahead and sorry guys, go ahead and please give David some love. I see people applauding and stuff. I think part of it is it's difficult for the brain to adjust. I think I see that happening, with everybody, and part of it is trying to, I can't even say convince people because I think I've left that arena. I think at one point, like earlier in the year, I kept feeling like I needed to convince people. And I'm like, well, if y'all can't see this, I don't know. And I watch a lot of old time movies that my grandfather used to watch. Jamaican grandfathers, them love Western. So I used to watch a lot of old time movies and the gold rush movies, and when people are going to get to land, and like it's a series and we're in it, like we're fully in it. I'm just trying to figure out which carriage do I get on? Like what do I need to jump on?
So No, I think the thing is it's moving so quickly. But I think the difference here is that it's going to affect the region, right? It's going to affect the region from a business point of view because of the automation. As I said, businesses are now looking to locate where they have the best AI infrastructure. They're looking to locate where they have the best AI talent. And you're moving from a low labor intensive economy to one where it's all about capital, right? It's all about how much you can invest in AI data centers and models, etc. So in a lot of ways, if the Caribbean can't find a way to get that infrastructure and compete at that level, it will trickle down to jobs and other opportunities, right? Some of the things like universities, right? We're training students for jobs that won't be there when they graduate.
Yeah. The jobs aren't going to be there. Yeah.
So that kind of leadership, Stacey, which you're giving by hosting this conference, and it's absolutely critical, right? Because people have got to realize how quickly this is moving. The next 12 to 18 months will change everything. And I've never seen this. Like, I've been around in technology for years. I've never seen anything like this.
Yeah, that's the part that being in the community and hearing guys like you that are far more technically adept than I am, but I understand it, but you're in the infrastructure bones, right? And I'm constantly hearing that. Yesterday I had Trevor Forrest on to do security, and he was just saying that he has never seen anything move this fast. And that's what I don't know if people are actually paying attention to. Are they sitting up and realizing that this is a train and you got to get on it, or you will eventually, it's going to be not just pulling out of the station, because it's already pulled out of the station, but you won't be able to see it anymore to catch it, right? So thank you very much. Thank you so much, David. This was very valuable. I really appreciate it. Once again, guys, this is David. David, you're on LinkedIn. Can you please drop your, although I will be sharing it with the pack that everybody gets, but can you just drop your LinkedIn in the chat,
Sure.
please?
Sure,
I got a question. Are there AI data centers environmentally friendly? Okay. So Cheryl Ann is asking, and that's actually a really good question, because that comes up a lot. I mean, I think that's the work that you guys are really supporting, if I'm to think about it, in terms of how telecommunications is being used to tackle that data situation.
So the answer is no, right? So there's a lot of issues where these big data centers are being put up. Electricity bills are going up. So I know for those of you in Jamaica, you already have the highest light bills in the world, right? If you start putting data centers on there, I don't know what's going to happen. But the other thing is they need fresh water, right? So at the moment, I know there's a lot of development, but they need fresh water. So in the UK, for example, whole city developments have been stopped because all of the fresh water needs to be sent to the data centers, right? And there's also other externalities. I think the advantage of having a distributed approach is that you don't need the fresh water because you don't need such big processors, GPUs. You can distribute the compute around. And the telco network already has the power, right? So we don't need additional power. But I think there's a lot of work to try and make the data centers more environmentally friendly. But as you said, the race is for the light, right? Nobody cares about that now, right? It's just let's get the data centers in. Let's move as quickly as we can and race for the line. But yeah, they're not 100% environmentally.
Yeah, and I think ultimately, even having having the conversation about the environment and about what's going on, I tell people all the time that I am very present to it. I'm not ignoring it, and I know I have to do this because that's what's happening. You can be off the grid altogether if you're not going to contribute, because it's being layered into everything that's on the grid.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
So what we have to do is work towards contributing to the solution, which I know there's a lot of work happening with sustainability and climate, and now also incorporating that into the picture. So 100%. Thank you very much again, David. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for joining us today on the summit. So guys, please feel free to look out for David on LinkedIn. Earlier, I brought up the wrong presentation, and so I just want to make sure that I share David's information. He's David Palmer. He can be found on LinkedIn, and he's Chief Innovation Officer and co-founder of Vodafone's PairPoint platform. All right. So next up, we're going to be talking about kind of continuing the conversation about AI from the lens of myths and realities. Now, here is the thing, guys. We're hearing a lot in the AI conversation. We're hearing a lot. And I know that sometimes you can't tell whether it's true or false or in between. There's I'm not sure. It may be. There's a lot of AI influencers now. That's another trend, right? You're seeing a lot of people out there being AI influencers. And so they're carrying all of this knowledge to you, and you got to check it. I have people that actually message me. They don't ask me questions about AI, but if they see something, they will take what they see and they will come and they'll DM me and be like, I saw this. Can you explain it? Is this true? Is this right? And as professionals and business owners, and a lot of us in here are AI experts actually using AI ourselves to build businesses, it's really important for us to be clear on whether or not this opportunity that we keep talking about is real or fake, especially after what David just shared. I mean, based on what David just shared, you're kind of wondering, okay, well, what's going to happen to me by the time we hit 2030? Am I looking at the right things? Am I in the right field? Am I in the right market? So Leslie is a very well-respected Trinidadian and friend of mine from a long time. He's been on a couple of events that I've hosted in the past. And Leslie's the director of AI analytics and automation at his company, Inco Services. And I just really respect Leslie's mind. Like he's just like me, probably a bigger geek than I am. But awesome. And today we're going to be talking about the myths versus the reality of the AI opportunity. So I'm just going to ask you guys to keep it going and give flowers to Leslie. Welcome, Leslie. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
So
Stacey.
much for joining us. Just say hi to Leslie, everybody. Thank you so much. Yes, there you go. Thanks, Tanisha. Welcome, and thanks for joining us. We also have a couple Trinidadians that have been on with us all morning, so we love that. So Leslie, I start off this conversation the same way with all of my interviewees, my fireside chats. The bestest of the best, somebody says. Hey, there you go, Leslie, the bestest of the best. Okay. I would love to know what it was like for you when you saw that they had opened Pandora's box and let out generative AI. Like, what was it like in your world?
So Stacey, first, thanks so much for having me. Very excited to be here, guys. And the fact that you guys are still here at the end of a 2-day summit on a Saturday. What does that tell me? That tells me that you guys not only want success, but you guys are dedicated to be here. So congratulations, guys. Give yourself a big round of applause. Before we jump in, guys, I want to say a very special hello to my dear friend, Dr. Nsombe Jaja. Very special human being, Jamaican born. So Stacey introduced me. And Tanya as well. Hi, Tanya. Hope you're all as well. Nice to see so many familiar names. So Stacey introduced me as a Trini. I would call myself Island Boy.
Island Boy, okay.
Island Boy. So in fact, Manayad, right? So so super excited to be here, guys. So I guess fortunately, unfortunately, and I appreciate you calling me a geek, Stacey. I think I'm the opposite. I've kind of gotten to a stage of my career where all the folks in the office, they laugh at me, right? They're like, you don't know anything anymore. So I appreciate it. But the reality is most people today, they see me on platforms and all of these things. But if you go back a little bit in terms of my story, I actually dropped out of school. And it wasn't the billionaire, dropped out of school to create Facebook story. I dropped out of school and I struggled for a really long time. And I had a couple epiphanies in my life. And the first time I had an epiphany around this whole technology thing was in 2010. And that's when I got to understand the power of data. So we met very early back on, and in 2010, I was basically evangelizing data across the whole Caribbean. But my big aha, which is what you're asking about, in AI, it's in 2015. So most people today on the planet, like I switch on my LinkedIn and every other person is an AI expert. But my big aha is 2015. So I was working with the biggest, best companies across the territory doing analytics. And then I knew this AI thing was coming. So I went up and I did a training in Boston, and they were doing advanced machine learning. It was a 5-day program. And I went up there because they were onboarding their sales team. I was like, perfect, because I'm non-technical. But literally by 10 o'clock on day 1, I was lost, right? So anyways, I was in Boston already, so I stuck in there. And on day 5, after lunch, they said to go to this thing. And I know we have a lot of trainees here, and data scientist type folks here. They said go to Kaggle. So download a data set from Kaggle, put it back, run through the platform, hit this big start button, put it back in, and then see how you score. And for the folks that don't know what Kaggle is, it's where the best data scientists in the world go. So I did that. And all I did is I downloaded the data set, I put it in the platform, hit a big start button, and I uploaded it. And on that day, I ranked the 43rd best data scientist on the planet.
Wow.
And it blew my mind because I was lost for the last 4.5 days. All I did was I hit this big start button. So that day I had really 2 big epiphanies. The first thing is that, one, you don't need to be a data scientist to use AI anymore. And for most of the folks here, you're probably not data scientists, but you probably did better at school than I did. But the second big epiphany I had was because that back then, the data scientists were the sexiest jobs on the planet. Back then, I was like, if they could automate data scientists, then what about me? And I think that's the question that most people are asking themselves these days. So 2015 was my first big aha.
So I think the part that I'm kind of like thinking through is, did the mind blowing keep happening as you saw it barreling toward? Because the jump between 2015 and 2022, 2023, I'd say even, you know, is compounding when you look at the jump between 2022 and now, right?
I would say yes or no. I would say after that experience, I perked up and I paid attention, and I continue to pay attention. So if you weren't looking at the cues, you wouldn't see it. But what's happening today is actually not surprising me. I give presentations today, I give talks today, and people are astonished by it. But it's the same talk I used to give in 2019. It is bananas, Stacey.
Wow.
So it doesn't surprise me. I mean, what's happening is things are moving faster. That's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's kind of what the next question I have is that it does seem to be everywhere right now. And I'm getting ready to actually put out a document around AI vendors and like how to choose, because there's also a lot of confusion and people, it's not making people move faster, it's actually making them more apprehensive.
Yeah. Oh yeah, most people are just stuck in the tools and they're tinkering today.
Yeah, right.
That's the big challenge.
And so, you know, what's the biggest misconception you think people have about where we really are on the AI?
So I think two big misconceptions, and the first one kind of pivots around what you are talking about, and it kind of pivots around what we should as a region should really be focusing on. So I think largely and for the most part, and I don't want to go too deep into this because you might never invite me back to your summit. but largely most people today, they've given up their privacy for convenience. And I'm not talking about AI in particular. I'm talking about the fact that, you know, we are all on social media. And the fact that, you know, our likeness, our image, our voice, all of these things, people like their misconception around what data is. People think my password or my date of birth or my phone number is super secretive, and it is to an extent. I'll give you an example. This friend of mine sent me this video the other day, and I'm not going to do it, but he sent up a picture of somebody holding up their finger. I'll show you it like this in a photograph, and it's like AI at 10 foot away could now rebuild your fingerprint, and now they could get into your devices. I was like, Mark, that's really great news, because I don't use my fingerprint. I just use my face.
Oh my God.
Which is literally everybody on the planet, right? Yes. Which is literally every single person on the planet. So I think our big misconception about data, where our data is going, all of these things, I think that's a huge deal. And people are like dumping every single thing into these platforms. And the big risk, guys, the big risk is a new form of colonization. And, you know, before I get my US visa revoked again, that is our big challenge that we're seeing today. Is that for convenience, we just put in stuff in and we're not even aware of what is sensitive, what is not sensitive. And we're giving away probably our most important asset, which is our data. I think that's the first misconception. The second misconception that I think we have as a territory is that we have time. I think that's a big misconception. And you know, even from our productivity, because you asked me to come and talk about productivity today, I said, you know, Stacey, we're going to be preaching to the choir. Everybody here knows AI makes you more productive. AI is time. But I think largely this is the choir. But 80% of the world still is not even doing anything with AI. But we don't see that because we're so deep down the rabbit hole. And I think that's the biggest challenge for us in the territory.
So, okay. the first thing that I thought about when you talked about and it's not the first time I'm hearing it in Leslie, but oh my gosh, we were just talking about visibility and identity. I don't know if you were on when earlier when Leslie was showing us how to, of course, make that just super, super easy. The other Leslie, there was another Leslie on earlier.
Yeah.
But you know, we're in that age also where commerce is being very heavily dependent. There's a lot of dependency on commerce online, a lot of influencers and creators. Kids, that's like, I'm just thinking about kids, and you know, there's a huge boom now where, you know, everybody loves I go on my phone just so I can see the cute babies that people are having. It's just like, you know, so what do people that make a living this way, how do we navigate that, especially when it comes to our children and our children being online?
Well, I mean, so the whole privacy thing and kids, I'll tell you what really keeps me up at night. And I worry about me a little bit, and I have a couple of years left in my career. I should have been retired by now, but I only have a couple more years. But is what my kids are gonna do. And you know, all of our kids here, how many of you guys have kids, right? Your kids are AI first natives. I was going through an airport the other day, and this is not even with AI. And my son, he's 6 years old at the time. God, time flies. He's 10 now, but he was sending me stuff like images that he was creating. I was like, how do you know how to do this? He's like, Daddy, I have YouTube, and they are figuring these things out by themselves. But I'll share a slightly different story that Cheryl, I don't believe it, not for a second. But I'll share a slightly different story. And this is how AI is going to compound this stuff. So there's this Canadian influencer who my kids used to pay attention to. So my wife was traveling and she went up to Canada and she bought two t-shirts. And we were so excited we couldn't wait for her to come back home. So she switched on her camera and she showed them the t-shirts. But she only showed one. So one of my sons, after she hung up, started to cry. I was like, well, Ethan, like, what's the problem? And he's like, well, Dennis Daly doesn't love me. And I had to call my wife back and say, no, Ethan, it's two t-shirts. It's not just one, and all of these things. But there's this unidirectional relationship that our kids are creating, building. These systems are now hyper-personalizing, right? So that's ultimately the big promise of AI. And they really develop this one-way relationship with your children that's terrifying. Because sometimes they have more influence over your kids than others. And Stacey, I know you didn't bring me here to scare the Jesus out of everybody here today.
It's okay. So, we got scared by
apologies
today, so you can just keep going.
All right, cool. But that's kind of like the big challenge I'm seeing today.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. The image and likeness thing is real, where you know security is gonna be based on identity and not the social security number or the passwords that we type in, but just holding a device up or a robot crossing our pathway. You know, I mean, I think about that all the time, you know, like a robot just being a part of that world. David was just talking about robots being a part of our world in 3 years.
Yeah.
Time, right?
Not 3 years, Stacey. It's here.
It's here.
So it's here. Yeah. So if you look at the technology, particularly companies like Huawei and stuff, if you look at what they're doing, I mean, everybody knows this, and I'm going to be open about it. The Chinese steal everybody else's technology, and then they put it on a big production system and make it cheaper. So AI is already impacting knowledge work, and that's because you plug in a computer, and that's easy to scale. The robotics, though, becomes a little more challenging. But once it hits China and it hits those production lines, then every single person in this room will have two robots very, very soon. I see somebody, I think it was Denise is asking about, well, should not use my fingerprint at the gym? That's not really what I'm suggesting. I'm saying the stuff that we're giving away, like our face, is becoming more important. Our face locks my phone, and that unlocks every single thing. That unlocks my bank. It unlocks my email. It unlocks every single asset on my phone. So that's the big risk, guys, is that our perception of what data really is has to shift. Most people think it's that Excel spreadsheet or it's that database that lives on the back end of our system. But literally everything digital now is data.
Okay.
Sorry, Stacey, sorry.
Okay, this is interesting. All right. So here's what I'm trying to, let's shift conversation a bit to now the working space, because we do have a lot of our people here who are all about the work and trying to figure out the work, right? You work with large organizations that have big budgets, some of them, infrastructure and dedicated teams. So what opportunities do enterprises have today that smaller entities or even solo entities that are starting up their AI companies, what do
Yeah.
those big companies have that we just don't? And I say we because
Yes.
I'm in that small company bucket.
Yeah, no, I got you. I think that's one of the, I think that's a little bit of a misconception in smaller organizations. So there's always a perception that this stuff is super, super expensive. The reality is smaller organizations, they actually have a massive advantage over the big ones. And I'll even put it down to a country level. So for example, we're starting, interestingly, David, before you tell me he was working with Vodafone. So I'm also working with Vodafone on the other side of the planet, right? In the South Pacific. So literally, guys, the opportunity is massive. But I share this to say, guys, it's really the fast companies that today that are winning. It's no longer that you need big budgets. Like cloud was, and that's 2010 kind of conversation, but cloud was the big equalizer. So literally what would typically cost an organization hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars to get started on any technology project. Today, we just take out a $20 subscription, a $100 subscription, and we have the same technology that the biggest companies have out there.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's been a massive equalizer, and the difference has been your ability to change, to transform, to think differently about how we approach things, and really flip things on its head.
Yeah, I was actually curious about that part. So it's not really, it doesn't have to do anything with access and ability or capability, but maybe more in the spaces of when it comes to things like risk and capacity, because yes, you can build out agents, but somebody's still got to manage all the agents and do all the things.
Well, Stacey, we're going to live in a world where agents manage agents.
Yes, agents and sub-agents and sub-agents.
Yeah.
We're there now. We're there now, right?
Yeah.
Technically.
So I had a conversation with one of my team this week. Really interesting. And he was talking about the guardrails and all of these things. And I'm saying, I'm at a point where I and somebody's going to hate me for this, but I trust the AI a little more than I trust some of my team members. Like from a capabilities perspective, right? Because especially like we have somebody who comes out of university, they're clever, they're smart, they know a little bit about the world, but they may not have real experiences in the trenches.
Yeah.
And this AI is soaking up everything.
Right. So everybody that has experience, it's bringing that information and insight.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. So the question is how long before the AI is checking the AI, right? And then we're just clicking OK, because we just rubber stamping. So the big challenge today from a risk, a policy perspective, because people are asking the wrong questions. The question is, what happens when AI gets it right every single time? Not when AI gets it wrong, because we could deal with that.
Yeah.
But what happens if you applied for a loan and it knows you're going to default on a loan 100% of the time and you never get access to finance? What if it knows this job is not the right job for you, but that was a stepping stone to get to somewhere in your career and you never get that job?
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
What happens when AI gets it right, guys?
Never thought about it that way.
And that's kind of where we are right now.
All the time. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Corinne says, oops.
Yes. Yeah, Corinne. The more I know, the more I worry, guys, to be honest.
So let's take it one step further, right? Where do you think small businesses waste the most time or energy when trying to do AI? So, a lot of AI consultants and experts are a part of my community. Because we're all getting trained up together, we're building, so we can learn together, etc. Where are we wasting the most time?
So I could only share from my perspective. Most of who I work with is kind of on the enterprise side, but I am myself a small company.
Correct, which is why I'm asking. Yes.
So so on my side, I would say, from a growth perspective, when you first start off, you end up being the person that's doing all these things, right? So you leave a position of employment, And then you become the employee, the only employee that has to do every single thing. And for a lot of companies that are scaling, you get stuck. I've seen, and I'm not pointing anybody out, but I've seen very, very significant organizations in the Caribbean, in Trinidad, who might have operate in multiple markets. And literally, it's mom and dad in two different offices because they don't even talk to each other anymore, screaming across the office, and that's a multi-million-dollar company. And they will never give up control. You know what I'm talking about, Stacey. Not those people, somebody else. But but they will never give up control. And I think that's where a lot of people get stuck in business.
Okay.
So you need to be able to get out of that. You need to stop working in your business and on your business. And somebody talks about that quite a lot. So the cool thing is this, guys, is the technology is new. But the frameworks, the processes, the things that we've used to deal with things before are the exact same. The same. It's the same. So
the same. Okay. So I was looking forward to this part where we're going to do a quick round of myth versus reality. So we can explain after, but I just want to kind of just do a fast response, myth or reality. And then
so let's mix it up. So if you don't agree with me, Stacey will put the number of the question, put the number in the chat if you don't agree with me, and then we'll dig in on those. Is that okay?
Yes, that's fine. So it's really just like 6 or 7 of them, I think. 3, 4,
cool.
6, 7. Yeah. So if you don't agree, you can put it in the chat. Okay. Number 1. AI is replacing everyone's jobs. Myth or reality?
Reality.
Ooh. Number 2, every business needs to build its own AI model. Myth or reality?
Myth.
Okay. Number 3, the Caribbean is behind in AI.
Reality. It's all perspective, but reality.
Okay. Number 4, small businesses need a huge budget to benefit from AI. Myth or reality?
Myth for sure.
Number 5, government is moving too slowly to make an impact when it comes to AI. Myth or
reality, but I'm fixing that.
Okay. Number 6, AI is only valuable for technology companies. Myth or reality?
Myth, for sure.
And the last one, everyone needs to become a prompt engineer. Myth or reality?
Myth, for sure.
Okay.
For sure.
All right. Awesome.
I want to know which ones you guys don't agree with. That's what I want to know. Go, we'll dig in on those.
Whatever you
Lloyd
don't
does. All right, cool. 100%. All right, good.
7 is a myth?
7 is a myth. 7 is a myth.
Oh my gosh, we got to talk about. Okay, can we start with number 7? Because the prompt engineer thing, like even when we're doing summits, when we're attending these, everybody's dropping prompts and I'm sharing prompts and the prompt, maybe it's the prompt engineer part, I don't know. Talk to us about why that's a myth, that you don't need to really get versed in
so we really doubled down on AI in 2021. And at that point in time, I have a technology company. So interesting questions, right? I have a technology company, and you would assume everybody would be interested in AI. But the reality is people are ultimately people. And what do people hate? They hate change. So you and I having a conversation, you told me you're a change expert. I was like, Stacey, what are you doing? Because that's the biggest problem we face with today is change.
Yeah.
So we had to figure out a way to get people to use AI without them having to learn AI.
Yeah. Oh, that's
so for sure, you don't need to be, and you shouldn't need to be. And if you look at where the technology is going, that kind of disappears.
Okay, great. Now you said that the first one, AI is replacing everyone's jobs.
Yes.
That's reality.
That's reality.
Okay, somebody said that they disagree with that one.
Okay, cool. Well, I'll ask why. Why would you say so? Like, which jobs are safe? The person that disagrees.
How about the strategists? The strategists, wouldn't you just become? I'm talking about myself because I'm a strategist.
I forgot the young lady's name who was terrific. She was like 2 or 3 speakers ago, and she was using AI to be a strategist.
Okay.
So So okay, so strategists is gone, right? In fact, consulting, guys, honestly, in its traditional form is dead. Tunisia, that's right.
Right. So here's the thing. Talk to me about the
I'm largely unpopular when I speak at conferences, I'll tell you, Stacey.
tell me about the concept because people are that's a
Yeah.
whole business.
All right. So the traditional model for consulting is dead. I'll say that. So consulting was bums in seats. So if you went to any of the big four and they would, put together a strategy or whatever, really what if they do an audit, like all that stuff was shipping bums in seats, was putting somebody at your office and then billing you a per hourly rate.
Yes.
Does that model still hold water?
No, because you're going to get the AI and the AI going to direct the AI for what?
Yeah. So hey, Tanya says a person need to guide. So 100%. And even only from an ethical position, 100%. But it comes back to the fact that people will get to a position where AI is always right. And they'll just be clicking okay, rubber stamping stuff.
Nobody to click okay anymore.
That's right. Exactly. So even if they weren't actually clicking, even if they were sitting down there clicking, they're not even paying attention because the AI is always right. So it's rubber stamps.
Okay. All right. What about education?
Education. So Moni, great question. So interestingly, guys, so I have and there are 4 letters that have haunted me for a really long time, right? So I'll put it in the chat, guys. I'll put it for you guys. So this is those 4 letters. Stacey has to zoom in on that one, right? Stacey is not what you think, right? So that's actually my A-level results. So I got a C in general paper, which means don't. Who's laughing? Stacey, could you kick them out of the room right now, please? That's Tanya. Tanya knows already. I'm just teasing. But I got a C in GP, which means I know a little bit about the world. I got an O in chemistry. I got an X in math. An O, that means you didn't learn anything in 2 years. All right, you don't even know that, right? That's just Stacey smart. But I got 2 X's. And most people don't know you can get an X. I got 2. Right? I say all that to say is today, guys, and I'll tell you why I didn't do well at school. It's because I could not connect the things that that was being taught at school as a comedian. No, serious. This is serious. I used to be so embarrassed by it, right? But I talk about it now. And why am I open to share these things is because the things that I learned in school, I couldn't figure out how it was relevant in the real world. So I never really paid attention. But today we have a partnership with CXC, where we literally training all the teachers across the Caribbean, and the teachers will take it back to the classroom, and the stuff that I deliver now is massively relevant. So I don't teach stuff just for the sake of teaching. I teach it so that it could be implemented, applied immediately, and that has changed everything. Because a lot of people today, there still is misconception that I need to be a data scientist to do AI, and that's not the case. I barely made it out of school.
Wow. Okay. All right. So, I mean, I could just sit here all day and talk to you, Leslie. I gotta have you come on. Like, we gotta do something. We gotta do like I'm gonna create a special room for us just to talk about this.
That's why currency is not relevant, and that's right, guys. And that's what we continue to do. We continue to teach stuff that's irrelevant. Whilst, like right now in China, since September last year, it's mandatory. Every single child in China has mandatory AI training. So they're already they finished the first year training. We're in July of this year.
In July.
But let me share some numbers. What does that look like? That's 300 million kids, not even the adults, kids that are learning AI. That is 6 times the population of the Caribbean. The entire Caribbean. It is blow mind what they're doing there. When I went to China in 2017, 18. I was speaking to the guy there. He's like, what do you do? I was like, AI. He's like, oh, we're getting pretty serious about AI here. I was like, what does that mean? He's like, we're building a city.
Sorry.
And if you guys ever been to China, a city is like 10 million people. There are PhDs on every corner. They just throw 5,000 PhDs at a problem. On your hands, guys, how many PhDs can you count that you know?
Dr. Jaja is one. She's in here.
She's like 10 by herself. She's like 10 by herself. But you guys get my point.
Yeah. No, this is
so it is so behind.
Well, that is the I wanted to kind of continue that thread right there about the Caribbean, because when we did the myth versus reality, you said that, you know, it's a reality that the Caribbean is behind. Can you first qualify that? And then I'll ask you a follow-up question.
So I guess it's all relative. In terms, and it's also market to market. So I used to work from Bermuda all the way down to Suriname. Now I work in the South Pacific as well. So basically the market opportunity has doubled. But if you look at the South Pacific, it's the same demographic, same challenges that we have here. Market to market, adoption has always been different in every different territory. So why I love the Caribbean so much, why I love the South Pacific, is that you will find pockets of bright sparks, of people that are doing things that are pushing the envelope, right? Like the folks that are here today, because this is who these types of things attract, right? But if you step out for a second, you realize that this is not the reality for many people. That many people, and I had drinks with some friends the other night from school, right? And we are late 40s, right? Most of my friends, I went to, I didn't do well at the end of it, but I did go to a good school. And most of my friends have very senior executive leadership roles. And they were talking about they've never opened ChatGPT or never opened Claude. And I'm not saying that is the tool. I'm not promoting those things.
Right.
I'm saying that there's a big part of the world that has not even opened AI yet.
Yes.
Huge. 80% of the people today haven't touched AI.
It's crazy to me, though. It's crazy to me. I don't understand it.
So with respect to the Caribbean, it's different depending on where you go to. I think every single territory has an ounce or a couple ounces of it, but it's not mainstream. I mean, Trinidad is talking about a data center. I didn't want to comment on that because then it might revoke my Trini passport, and I definitely I'll come live in Jamaica soon. Come, yeah. But
that's all right. We have room. Come on over.
Yeah, but it is crazy. It is the large majority of people are not paying attention, and that's scary.
What can we compete as a region? Can we compete? Like I had Lily Dash on this morning.
Yeah,
Lily Dash was on this morning talking about compete Caribbean.
Yeah,
And,
so
like that's the dream. Like we keep chasing that.
I'm sorry, I missed Lily, but I did catch that same lady, that same young lady who was on. I forgot her name. Somebody put it in the chat. Sorry,
It's Leslie.
it wasn't
No,
Leslie. I came right after Leslie. Tunisia. So I heard Tunisia talking about some stuff, and I could really identify with it. I'll give you a very random and remote example, and you probably like this makes no sense, right? So I'm in Guyana, and I'm driving through Guyana. And on the side of the road, there's this plyboard table that they knocked up with some old wood, and it's like, and they're like little white bags piled up on it. Anybody here from Guyana? Anybody knows what that is?
I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, you guys know what that is? So I'm driving through, and these little white bags tied up all on the side of the road. And these vendors everywhere selling this thing. So I asked the driver, I was like, hey, what is that? What is that thing they're selling there? No, not sandbags. This is gonna blow your mind, guys. It's dog food.
Dog food?
Dog food. So in Guyana is a lot of rice, and then all the meat depots they have the scrap meat. Right. So what they do is they do a cook up, and people's dogs are interestingly enough funny because they know who to buy dog food by, who their dog prefers, who their dog doesn't like. And you guys are like, dog food, Leslie, what are you talking about? But it boils back to ultimately what Tunisia was talking about is creativity. Is that those mom and pop dog food vendors are basically pushing out Purina.
Yes, they are.
Now, how do they scale that? So it really boils down to ability to be creative, to do more with less. And that's in the DNA of every single Caribbean person. We figured that out. How do we translate? I mean, creativity. We have good creativity and we also have bad creativity in the Caribbean, right? But how do we translate that into now AI? And we find ways around problems with very, very limited resources. And I think that is plus our data, because if everybody in this room here turns on the camera, everybody looks different.
Yeah.
And it's the diversity in the Caribbean. So I talked about people basically giving away their data. And if you guys all of you guys probably were paying attention when maybe about a month ago, 3 weeks ago, there was an executive order from the White House saying you cannot offer Fable 5 to the rest of the world. Only Americans can have it.
Yes.
But guess who is putting that data in? Guess who is contributing to the strength of that model? Guess who is building diversity into models? I'll tell you, it's not Americans. So we are training those models for them. And then they say, wake up one morning and they're like, not good enough for you. Sorry, right?
Use it.
Yeah. And for the folks, I love this reference. For the folks who have kids here, right? Who has kids here? Who has kids here? Put up how many kids you got in the chat. How many picnic?
5.
Right. Right. So the folks have kids here. What happens? What happens when the internet goes down?
Oh my gosh. Pandemonium.
Right. 2 years from now, 3 years from now, when every single company, when every single country runs on AI, and that is a single utility provider for the rest of the world, and they decide to sanction you. Because you guys know this, guys. You guys know this. They sneeze in the US and we get the what?
We get the
We get the
flu.
cold.
We get
Yes.
COVID.
Yeah. That's right. Yes, Tanya. This is stress. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Wow. 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 Okay. Okay. I could really see. We've been talking for a while. I didn't even realize it. Oh my gosh. All right, guys. So I'm actually going to take Leslie up on something he said. Everybody may not be able to turn on their cameras, but I'm going to switch us to gallery mode for a minute.
Moni has a question, I think.
Yeah. There was a question in the chat.
Oh, Moni put her hand back down. She ran.
I think so. There she goes. Okay, from Moni. Then you had a question, or no. I think she was raising her hand to the kids to say how many kids.
Oh, 5.
Oh,
was it 2 hands? I think I saw 2 hand emojis there. Is that 10?
That was 10. But I think that it's when I look at the tiles, in terms of who's online and who's plugged in, we have a lot of people of Caribbean heritage who are building and creating and doing amazing things. Not to mention diaspora, right? Who are also building and doing amazing things, right? And there is no amount of there's no shortage of the talent. I think where I am concerned is whether or not we're going to plug ourselves into that. So if you can, I'm just asking if you can turn on your camera. I know some of you might be like, no, Stacey, I'm still in my bedroom. I can't turn on my camera.
Guys, all right, Stacey, could I share something?
Yeah. Sure.
Guys, I'm in my short pants right now, guys. Turn on your camera. What's the problem? And zombie, what goes on zombie?
Yeah, we're getting ready to close out, guys. Just I see people laughing. Just turn on your camera if you can. I see Jamon, your camera decides that it wasn't going to work for whatever reason.
Denise, how you doing? Yes.
Hi, Tanya. Hi. Yes, I see you. Hi.
Hey, Tanya. Long time to see.
Yeah, I want to say thank you for those of you that decided to turn on your camera and your cameras are working. Because the truth is that we are all, on a veranda or with somewhere else. Hi, Cherie. Great to see you. Hi, Maria. I think there's something special about us Caribbean people that we're really, whether it's heritage because, it was our grandfather or great-grandfather, or just love. Like we saw so much love when Jamaica was going through the hurricane the other day. It's like everybody in the world, around the world, Jamaican, just a lot of pouring into us. And I want to make sure that we know how special we are and how much opportunity we have right now. I mean, some of the things that are available to us, now is our moment. The playing field has been leveled. You said it earlier, Leslie, that AI is the great equalizer, and this is our opportunity, right? This is our yes, Moni. Even though you don't turn on your camera, clap. This is the great opportunity for the region, right? And we want to take advantage. We can't say the government now do nothing for. We don't have to wait for the government. We actually don't have to wait. And if you were on yesterday, Esther told us how we can set up business wherever we want to set up the business. So there is really nothing holding us holding us back. And I want to make sure that as we get ready to leave here today, and I think it's such a great note for us to end on, is to recognize that we are all amazing people. We are all amazing people. We all have this equalizer opportunity. We all have this moment. There's this, I don't know what could happen to me as I step out the door at the end of the day today. But in this moment right now, on the Caribbean AI Summit, I want each of you to take hold of your space in the AI opportunity. No matter how young you are, no matter how mature you are, no matter what your profession is, there will be no other time like this in our lifetime. And we get to see it, we get to hold on to it, and we get to live it and experience it 100%. So if you don't do anything else, boy, Leslie, I was saying all in on AI, you know. You don't have to quit your job, but you certainly need to be all in some way, somehow. Some way, somehow.
For sure. 100%.
Yeah? Awesome. Okay, awesome. Clap on yourself. Clap on yourself, man. Clap on yourself. You guys did great. You guys did great over the 2 days. So I want to thank you so much, Leslie. I want to thank you for joining us and for being a part of the conversation and for sharing your insights and wisdom. And we're going to take the summit to be live in person. Hopefully we can rotate it around the Caribbean, but I'm going to bring you to Jamaica. You got to come here and come talk to some folks about some things and teach us some things.
Deal.
We need to do it. We need to do it. Thank you. All right. So guys, we're getting ready to wrap it up. I want to reiterate, I'm going to actually show you guys Sonia's picture because she had an emergency with one of her clients. And it's interesting when people think about mental wellness and that kind of thing. We don't often think about, you know, having to be at the hospital for emergency situations, but Sonia expresses her apologies, since she was literally like messaging me like crazy, which was driving me crazy because I'm interviewing and trying to communicate with her. But she had an emergency with one of her clients and is at the hospital to support that client, and so she will not be able to join us. But what we have agreed to do, because we recognize how critical this mental wellness conversation is, she and I are going to do like a webinar, like an IG live or a YouTube live, something live, and I will make sure to send it out to the community so that you guys can log on. And know, especially when it comes to the kids conversation and even our relationship with each other and our relationship with devices and how that's impacting our minds and so forth, I think it's really important, and she wanted to be here with us today. So just want to make sure that I share that with you as we get ready to close out. So what's happening after today? After today, on Monday night, I am having a VIP exclusive session. I may throw out there and have another follow-up session just so I can talk to the wider community. But if you want these replays, if you want all of the recordings and the playbook, because I'm going to be putting together the playbook with all of the different presenters, summarizing all of the gems that were dropped, the lessons that you can take away, right? I'm going to be dropping all of those things into the conversation. Please go ahead, do your VIP upgrade. Monday night, we're going deeper, talking a bit more about what you need to be learning, how you need to be elevating and educating yourself, empowering yourself so that you can take advantage of the AI opportunity as a business leader, because we have lots of people in our organizations that we are leading. And if you're not AI fluent, you're not doing yourself and your teams justice. So join me on Monday night if you can. But of course, you can always connect with me on Instagram, on LinkedIn. I am everywhere right now. Lord, I forgot to work with the AI, Leslie, on this visibility thing, because have mercy. I am everywhere. I am everywhere. Awesome. Thank you, Ensemble. I look forward to seeing you on Monday night as well. It has been my absolute pleasure hosting the second Caribbean AI Summit. Now, just based on our registrations, we have close to 900 people that are a part of the Caribbean AI Summit community between the first summit and this one. We have had over 200 registrants for just this edition of the summit. So even though only a few of us were able to make it, almost 40 of us were able to make it till the end today, I love and appreciate you guys so much for being here all the way through till the end. There's a lot of us out there who want to connect and create conversation around our region and around how we can keep a community built, empowered, enabled, and having access to information and insights like the gems that were dropped yesterday and today. So thanks so much for coming, guys. Please stay in touch with me. You can find me everywhere. Love and appreciation. Blessings for the rest of the weekend. Enjoy your time, and I will see you again out there in social media world. Take care, everybody. And for those of you coming on Monday night, I will see you on Monday. Lots and lots of love and appreciation to everyone. Thank you so, so much. Bye. Bye, everybody. Bye-bye. Take care, take care, take care.
Honest lives inside me. It shows in all I do and see.
Thanks, guys.
Good things come to me like waves upon the sea. Money flows with ease and luck stays close to me. Success is who I am. I shine so naturally. Everything I touch turns gold. I'm living free. Good things come to me. I see it, I feel it, I know it's on the way. The life I dream is real today. No fear, no doubt, just love and light. The stars align for me each night. Now I dance and now I glow. Blessings find me head to toe. Every step's a lucky sign. I trust the timing and it's mine. Good things come to me like waves upon the sea. Money flows with ease and luck stays close to me. Success is who I am. I shine so naturally. Everything I touch turns gold. I'm living free. Good things come to me. Yeah. Good things come to me. I attract money, love, and joy come back. Every day I choose to see that good things always come to me.
All right, guys. Thank you so much.